There are places beneath our feet that defy everything we think we know about the ancient world. Vast underground cities carved from solid rock, capable of housing tens of thousands of people for months at a time. Hidden chambers lined with millions of human bones, arranged in patterns that transform death into art. Tunnel networks stretching for hundreds of miles, connecting distant locations through pathways that existed long before our modern maps were ever drawn. These aren't legends or folklore. These are real places, documented and explored, yet still holding secrets that challenge our understanding of what ancient civilizations were truly capable of. Before we begin our descent, here's a quick note. The visuals in this video aren't necessary to enjoy the stories. They add atmosphere, but you can follow along perfectly through the audio alone. Feel free to let this play in the background while you work, relax, or even fall asleep to these haunting underground mysteries. And if you'd like to support me creating these deep dives into history's strangest places, consider subscribing to the channel. Now, let's explore the hidden worlds that lie beneath our everyday reality, starting with a discovery that happened purely by accident when a man knocked down the wrong wall in his basement. Derinkuyu Underground City. Imagine walking through the rolling hills of central Turkey, surrounded by the strange rock formations of Cappadocia. The landscape looks almost alien, with towering stone pillars and cave-like formations carved by millions of years of wind and water. But beneath your feet lies something even more extraordinary, something that defies everything we think we know about ancient civilizations. Hidden deep underground, carved directly into the volcanic rock, is an entire city that could house 20,000 people. This isn't just a few tunnels or storage rooms. This is Derinkuyu, one of the most remarkable underground cities ever discovered, and it's been hiding its secrets for over 1,000 years. The story of how Derinkuyu was rediscovered reads like something out of an adventure novel. In 1963, a man in the small Turkish town of Derinkuyu was renovating his house. He was working in his basement when he knocked down a wall and discovered something unexpected behind it. Instead of finding more stone or earth, he found a tunnel. Curious, he grabbed a flashlight and began to explore. What he found was far beyond anything he could have imagined. The tunnel led to a room, and that room led to another tunnel, and that tunnel led to more rooms. He had stumbled upon the entrance to a vast underground network that stretched deep into the earth. Word of the discovery spread quickly, and soon archaeologists arrived to investigate. What they found was astounding. This wasn't just a simple cave system or a small underground shelter. This was an entire subterranean civilization, carved by hand over centuries, extending 18 levels deep into the bedrock. The engineering required to create such a structure with primitive tools seems almost impossible, yet here it was, perfectly preserved and waiting to tell its story. As researchers began mapping the underground city, the true scale of Derinkuyu became clear. The complex extends more than 280 feet deep, with tunnels and chambers spreading out in all directions like the roots of some massive underground tree. The narrow passages wind and twist through the rock, connecting living spaces, storage rooms, kitchens, stables, churches, and even schools. Ventilation shafts, some reaching all the way to the surface, ensure that fresh air could circulate throughout the entire complex. Water wells, carved deep into the earth, provided a reliable source of fresh water. This wasn't just a place to hide during times of trouble. This was a place where people could live for months, maybe even years, completely cut off from the world above. But who built this incredible underground city, and why? The answers to these questions are far more complex and mysterious than you might expect. Most historians believe that Derinkuyu was created by early Christians, possibly as early as the 7th or 8th century, though some sections may be even older. At that time, the region was part of the Byzantine Empire, and Christians faced periodic persecution from various invading forces. The underground city would have provided the perfect refuge during times of war or religious persecution. The early Christians of Cappadocia were known for their skill in carving churches and monasteries directly into the soft volcanic rock of the region. The same techniques that allowed them to create elaborate cave churches would have made it possible to excavate the tunnels and chambers of Derinkuyu. But the sheer scale of the project suggests something more than just a temporary hideout. This was a planned community, designed to sustain a large population for extended periods. Archaeological evidence supports the theory that Christians used Derinkuyu as a refuge. Throughout the complex, researchers have found numerous churches, complete with altars and religious symbols carved into the walls. Christian crosses and other religious iconography appear throughout the tunnels, providing clear evidence of the faith of those who lived and worshipped there. Some of the larger chambers appear to have been designed as gathering spaces for religious services, with acoustic properties that would have allowed a speaker's voice to carry clearly throughout the room. But here's where the mystery deepens. While the Christian connection seems clear, there's evidence that parts of Derinkuyu may be much older than previously thought. Some researchers believe that the underground city was built in multiple phases, with earlier inhabitants laying the foundation and later groups expanding and modifying the complex. The Hittites, an ancient civilization that dominated central Turkey thousands of years ago, were known for their skill in working with stone and may have created the earliest sections of the underground city. Even more intriguing are the hints that Derinkuyu may have connections to other ancient civilizations. Some of the architectural features and construction techniques used in the deepest levels of the city don't match what we know about early Christian building methods. The precision of some of the stonework, the complexity of the ventilation system, and the sophisticated engineering required to prevent cave-ins all suggest a level of technical knowledge that may have been passed down from earlier civilizations. The layout of Derinkuyu itself tells a fascinating story. The city is organized in a way that prioritizes both defense and daily life. The entrance tunnels are deliberately narrow and low, forcing anyone entering to crawl on their hands and knees in single file. This would make it nearly impossible for an attacking force to storm the city, as defenders could easily block the tunnels or pick off invaders one by one. Massive stone wheels, weighing hundreds of pounds, could be rolled into place to seal off entire sections of the city. These doors could only be opened from the inside, creating an impenetrable barrier against any would-be attackers. Once past the defensive areas, the city opens up into a complex network of living spaces. Families had their own private rooms, carved directly into the rock walls. Communal areas provided space for cooking, eating, and socializing. The kitchens are particularly impressive, with sophisticated ventilation systems that would have allowed cooking fires without filling the entire complex with smoke. Storage rooms kept food, water, and other supplies safe and cool in the naturally regulated temperature of the underground environment. One of the most remarkable aspects of Derinkuyu is its ventilation system. Without proper airflow, an underground city housing thousands of people would quickly become uninhabitable. The builders of Derinkuyu solved this problem with an ingenious network of air shafts that extends throughout the entire complex. These shafts, some of which reach all the way to the surface, create a natural circulation system that keeps fresh air flowing through every level of the city. The deepest levels, which would normally be the most difficult to ventilate, are actually well supplied with fresh air thanks to the careful planning of the ancient engineers. The water system is equally impressive. Multiple wells provide access to underground water sources, ensuring that the city's inhabitants would never go thirsty even during extended sieges. The water is clean and fresh, filtered naturally through layers of rock as it makes its way down from the surface. Some of these wells are connected to underground streams that flow year-round, providing a constant supply of water regardless of surface conditions. Perhaps most mysterious of all are the tunnels that connect Derinkuyu to other underground cities in the region. Researchers have discovered that Derinkuyu is not unique. There are dozens of other underground complexes scattered throughout Cappadocia, some almost as large and complex as Derinkuyu itself. Many of these cities are connected by tunnels that stretch for miles underground, creating a vast subterranean network that would have allowed people to travel between cities without ever coming to the surface. The existence of this underground network raises even more questions about who built these cities and why. Was this part of a coordinated defense system designed to protect the entire region from invading armies? Or was it something else entirely, a way of life that we can barely comprehend today? The tunnels connecting these cities are long and treacherous, requiring hours of crawling through narrow passages to travel from one city to another. Yet they exist, carefully carved and maintained over centuries of use. Life in Derinkuyu would have been unlike anything we can imagine today. Thousands of people living their entire lives underground, working, playing, worshiping, and raising families in chambers carved from solid rock. Children would have been born in these underground rooms, spending their early years in artificial light, playing in tunnels and passages that served as their streets and playgrounds. The constant temperature of about 55 to 60 degrees Fahrenheit would have made the underground city comfortable year-round, cooler than the surface in summer and warmer in winter. The social organization required to make such a place work would have been extraordinary. Someone had to decide who lived where, who was responsible for maintaining the ventilation shafts, who managed the food supplies, and who organized the defense of the city. The fact that Derinkuyu functioned successfully for centuries suggests a highly organized society with complex rules and systems for managing daily life. But what happened to the people of Derinkuyu? Why did they eventually abandon this incredible underground world? The historical record suggests that as the threat from invading armies decreased, and as the Byzantine Empire became more stable, the need for underground refuges diminished. People gradually moved back to the surface, building villages and towns in the traditional way. The underground cities were not forgotten entirely, but they were no longer essential for survival. Some sections of Derinkuyu continue to be used for storage and shelter well into the 20th century. Local farmers would use the tunnels to store crops and hide animals during harsh winters. But gradually, even these practical uses ceased, and the underground city was sealed off and forgotten. It remained hidden for centuries, known only to a few local residents who might have stumbled across an entrance or heard stories passed down from their grandparents. The rediscovery of Derinkuyu in 1963 opened up new questions about the capabilities of ancient civilizations. If people 1,000 years ago could create such an incredible underground city using only hand tools, what else might they have achieved that we haven't discovered yet? The precision of the stonework, the sophistication of the engineering, and the sheer scale of the project all suggest a level of technical knowledge and organizational ability that challenges our assumptions about the past. Today, Derinkuyu is open to tourists, though only a small portion of the underground city is accessible to the public. The narrow tunnels and low ceilings make exploration challenging for anyone except the most determined visitors. Even the areas that are open require visitors to crawl and squeeze through passages barely wide enough for a single person. The experience of moving through these tunnels gives you a real appreciation for what life must have been like for the thousands of people who once called this underground world home. Recent archaeological work continues to reveal new aspects of Derinkuyu's history and construction. Ground-penetrating radar has identified additional chambers and tunnels that haven't been excavated yet. Some researchers believe that the underground city may be even larger than currently known, with entire sections still waiting to be discovered. Each new discovery adds to our understanding of this remarkable place, but also raises new questions about its builders and their motivations. The mystery of Derinkuyu extends beyond its original purpose and construction. How did the builders know where to dig to find water? How did they calculate the ventilation requirements for such a massive underground population? How did they move tons of excavated rock to the surface without leaving obvious traces? These questions remain largely unanswered, reminders that there is still much we don't understand about the technical knowledge and capabilities of ancient civilizations. Some researchers have suggested that Derinkuyu and the other underground cities of Cappadocia represent a lost tradition of underground architecture, one that was far more advanced and widespread than we previously realized. If this is true, there may be other underground cities waiting to be discovered, not just in Turkey, but in other parts of the world where similar geological conditions exist. The implications of such discoveries could fundamentally change our understanding of how ancient people lived and adapted to their environment. The story of Derinkuyu reminds us that history is full of surprises, and that the people of the past were far more capable and innovative than we often give them credit for. This incredible underground city stands as a testament to human ingenuity, determination, and the lengths people will go to protect their families and preserve their way of life. Whether built as a refuge from persecution, a defense against invasion, or something else entirely, Derinkuyu remains one of the most remarkable achievements of ancient engineering, and a mystery that continues to fascinate researchers and visitors alike. Beneath the bustling streets of Paris, below the cafes and boulevards, deeper than the subway tunnels and sewer systems, lies one of the world's most macabre and mysterious underground networks. The Paris Catacombs stretch for miles beneath the city, their walls lined with the bones of over 6 million people. This isn't just a burial ground or a historical curiosity. This is an entire underground world, carved from limestone quarries and transformed into something that exists nowhere else on Earth. The story of how millions of human remains came to rest in these tunnels is stranger than fiction, involving plague, politics, and a solution to an impossible problem that created one of the most haunting places on the planet. The origins of what would become the Paris Catacombs date back nearly 2,000 years, to when the Romans first began mining limestone from the area that would eventually become Paris. The stone quarried from these underground excavations was used to build the city above, creating a vast network of tunnels and chambers beneath the growing settlement. For centuries, these quarries continued to expand as Paris grew, with miners following seams of high-quality limestone deeper and deeper underground. By the Middle Ages, these underground quarries had become extensive enough to pose a serious problem. The tunnels stretched for miles in every direction, and many of them were no longer properly mapped or maintained. Buildings above ground began to collapse as the chambers beneath them became unstable. Entire streets would suddenly give way, swallowing houses and sometimes killing the people inside. The city was literally built on a foundation of Swiss cheese, and something had to be done to prevent a catastrophe. But the underground quarries were not the only problem facing Paris in the 18th century. The city's cemeteries had become severely overcrowded and were creating a public health crisis that threatened the entire population. For centuries, Parisians had been buried in cemeteries within the city limits, particularly in the Cemetery of the Innocents, which had been in use since the 12th century. By the 1700s, these cemeteries were literally overflowing with bodies. The Cemetery of the Innocents alone contained the remains of over 2 million people, buried in mass graves that were layered on top of each other, sometimes 20 bodies deep. When these mass graves were full, the oldest bodies would be exhumed and moved to charnel houses to make room for new burials. The smell from these overcrowded cemeteries was overwhelming, and many people believed that the stench was spreading disease throughout the city. During particularly wet seasons, the situation became even worse. Groundwater would mix with decomposing bodies, creating a toxic soup that contaminated wells and water sources throughout Paris. The basement walls of nearby buildings would weep with a greasy substance that residents knew came from the decomposing bodies in the adjacent cemetery. The smell was so bad that property values in areas near the cemeteries plummeted, and many residents simply couldn't bear to live there anymore. The breaking point came in 1780, when a period of heavy rain caused a cemetery wall to collapse, spilling human remains into the basement of a nearby house. The homeowner found their basement filled with bones and partially decomposed bodies, and the scandal finally forced city officials to take action. Something had to be done about the cemetery crisis, and it had to be done quickly. The solution that city officials came up with was as ingenious as it was macabre. Why not move the remains from the overcrowded cemeteries to the abandoned limestone quarries beneath the city? The quarries provided vast underground storage space that would never be needed for construction, and moving the bodies underground would eliminate the public health problems caused by the overflowing cemeteries. It seemed like the perfect solution to two different problems. The project to move millions of human remains from Paris cemeteries to the underground quarries began in 1786 and continued for years. Every night, after the sun went down, teams of workers would carefully exhume bodies from the city's cemeteries and load them onto horse-drawn carts. The carts would then make their way through the dark streets of Paris to special entrances that led down to the quarry tunnels. The work was done at night to avoid disturbing the living residents of the city and to minimize the public spectacle of moving so many human remains. The process of transferring the bodies was both systematic and reverent. Workers didn't simply dump the remains into the underground chambers. Instead, they carefully sorted the bones by type, separating skulls from femurs, ribs from vertebrae. The bones were then arranged in decorative patterns along the walls of the tunnels, creating displays that were both artistic and respectful. Skulls were arranged in neat rows, often alternating with other bones to create geometric patterns. Larger bones like femurs were stacked to form walls, with skulls placed at regular intervals to break up the monotony. The workers who carried out this massive undertaking showed remarkable creativity in how they arranged the bones. Some sections of the catacombs feature elaborate decorative elements made entirely from human remains. Heart shapes crafted from skulls, crosses made from carefully arranged bones, and even architectural features like pillars and arches constructed from femurs and other long bones. These decorative arrangements transformed what could have been a horrifying charnel house into something that was strangely beautiful, even peaceful. But the Paris catacombs are more than just an underground cemetery. The tunnels extend far beyond the areas where human remains are stored, creating a vast underground network that few people have ever fully explored. Some estimates suggest that there are over 200 miles of tunnels beneath Paris, though much of this network remains unmapped and off-limits to the public. Only a small section of the catacombs, about 1.5 miles of tunnels, is open for official tour. The unauthorized areas of the catacombs have become the subject of countless legends and stories. Urban explorers, known in Paris as cataphiles, have been illegally exploring these tunnels for decades, discovering hidden chambers, underground lakes, and sections of the tunnels that haven't been visited in centuries. Some of these explorers have found evidence of secret meetings held in the tunnels during World War II, when members of the French resistance used the underground network to move around the city without being detected by German occupying forces. The stories told by these underground explorers are often stranger than anything you'd find in a horror movie. They speak of vast chambers filled with crystal-clear water, so deep that dropping a stone into them produces no sound. They describe tunnels that seem to go on forever, extending far beyond the boundaries of Paris itself. Some explorers claim to have found sections of the tunnels that contain medieval artifacts, suggesting that parts of the underground network are much older than the limestone quarries that created most of the system. One of the most persistent legends among cataphiles involves the discovery of a hidden chamber that appears to be a perfect replica of a room from the Palace of Versailles, complete with ornate decorations and period furniture. According to the story, this room was created by wealthy Parisians during the French Revolution as a secret meeting place where they could gather without fear of being discovered by revolutionary authorities. Whether this room actually exists is a matter of debate, but the story has persisted for decades and continues to draw adventurous explorers into the unauthorized sections of the tunnels. The temperature in the catacombs remains constant year-round at about 57 degrees Fahrenheit, the same temperature as a typical wine cellar. This consistent temperature, combined with the low humidity levels in many parts of the tunnels, has helped to preserve not just the human remains, but also any other organic materials that have found their way into the underground network over the centuries. Explorers have reported finding perfectly preserved newspapers from the 18th century, clothing that looks as though it was left behind yesterday, and even food that shows little sign of decay despite being abandoned for decades. The official tour route through the Paris Catacombs takes visitors through about 1.5 miles of tunnels, showcasing the most impressive bone arrangements and providing a sanitized glimpse into this underground world. The tour begins at the Derinkuyu metro station, where visitors descend a narrow spiral staircase that leads down 130 steps to reach the tunnel level. The descent itself is an experience, as the temperature drops and the sounds of the city above gradually fade away. The first part of the tour route passes through tunnels that contain no human remains, giving visitors a chance to see what the original limestone quarries looked like before they were converted into a burial site. These sections of tunnel show the tool marks left by centuries of miners, and information plaques explain how the limestone was extracted and used to build the city above. The walls in these areas are still the original cream-colored limestone, unmarked by the decorative bone arrangements found deeper in the system. The transition from empty tunnels to the bone-lined passages is marked by a stone archway bearing the inscription, "Stop. This is the Empire of Death." Beyond this point, the walls are lined with human remains arranged in the decorative patterns created by the workers who transferred the bodies from the city's cemeteries. The effect is simultaneously beautiful and unsettling, as millions of individual lives are reduced to anonymous building materials in an underground architectural project. Some of the most impressive displays in the tourist section include massive walls of skulls arranged in perfect geometric patterns, separated by layers of other bones to create stripes and decorative elements. Heart-shaped arrangements of skulls mark special locations, and carefully constructed archways made entirely from human bones frame passages between different chambers. The craftsmanship involved in creating these displays is remarkable, representing thousands of hours of careful work by people who took pride in treating the human remains with respect and dignity. One of the most haunting aspects of the catacombs is the sheer number of remains stored there. Over 6 million people are represented in the tunnels, more than the current population of the entire Paris metropolitan area. Walking through the bone-lined passages, it's impossible not to think about the lives represented by these remains. These were real people who lived, worked, loved, and died in Paris over a period of several centuries. They were merchants and nobles, craftsmen and clergy, children and elderly, all now reduced to anonymous components in an underground display. The catacombs have attracted famous visitors throughout their history. Napoleon Bonaparte toured the tunnels during his reign, as did numerous other political leaders and celebrities. Writers and artists have drawn inspiration from the underground bone displays, and the catacombs have been featured in countless books, movies, and works of art. The surreal nature of the underground environment, combined with its macabre contents, has made it a favorite subject for those interested in exploring themes of mortality and the passage of time. During World War II, the catacombs played an important role in the French resistance movement. The vast underground network provided perfect hiding places for weapons, supplies, and people. Resistance fighters could move through the tunnels undetected, emerging at different points throughout the city to carry out sabotage missions or escape from German patrols. The Germans were aware that the tunnels were being used by the resistance, but the underground network was so extensive and complex that it was impossible to patrol effectively. Some sections of the catacombs still contain evidence of their wartime use. Explorers have found abandoned German bunkers constructed in some of the larger chambers, complete with communication equipment and defensive positions. These bunkers were built as command posts and air raid shelters for German officers, but they were never completed because the war ended before construction was finished. The bunkers remain as they were left, frozen in time and serving as reminders of a dark period in Paris history. The unauthorized exploration of the catacombs, known as cataphilia, has become a subculture unto itself. Despite the fact that entering the restricted areas is illegal and can result in fines and arrest, thousands of people regularly explore the unmapped sections of the tunnel network. These modern cataphiles have created their own underground community, complete with secret meeting places, hidden supply caches, and elaborate parties held in chambers deep beneath the city. The cataphile community has its own unwritten rules and traditions. Explorers are expected to respect the human remains and not disturb or damage anything they find. They share information about new discoveries and help each other navigate the complex tunnel system. Some cataphiles have spent decades exploring the underground network and have become unofficial experts on its history and layout. They know secret entrances, hidden chambers, and passages that don't appear on any official map. Law enforcement officials estimate that there are several hundred regular cataphiles who explore the unauthorized sections of the tunnels on a regular basis. These individuals have developed remarkable navigation skills, able to find their way through miles of identical-looking tunnels without getting lost. They carry specialized equipment including powerful lights, emergency supplies, and communication devices that work in the underground environment. Some of the stories told by experienced cataphiles sound almost too strange to believe. They describe finding underground art galleries where anonymous artists have created elaborate murals on tunnel walls, complete with professional lighting and exhibition spaces. They speak of underground bars and nightclubs set up in hidden chambers, where people gather for parties that can last for days. Some explorers claim to have discovered sections of the tunnel network that extend far beyond the borders of Paris itself, connecting to other underground systems in ways that suggest a much larger network than anyone has officially acknowledged. The mystery of the full extent of the Paris catacombs continues to intrigue researchers and explorers alike. While the official tourist route represents only a tiny fraction of the total tunnel network, no one knows exactly how extensive the system really is. Ground-penetrating radar surveys have identified numerous chambers and passages that haven't been explored in modern times, and it's likely that significant portions of the network remain completely unknown. Recent archaeological investigations have revealed that some sections of the tunnel network may be much older than the limestone quarries that created most of the system. Evidence suggests that parts of the underground network may date back to Roman times or even earlier, when the area was used for mining and other industrial activities. These older sections of tunnel show different construction techniques and appear to connect to natural cave systems that existed long before human activity in the area. The Paris catacombs remain one of the world's most unique and mysterious underground environments. They represent a solution to practical problems that created something unprecedented in human history, a vast underground cemetery that doubles as an artistic installation and historical monument. The millions of human remains stored in the tunnels serve as a reminder of the countless generations of people who have lived and died in Paris, while the unexplored sections of the tunnel network continue to hold secrets that may never be fully revealed. Today, the catacombs attract over 500,000 visitors each year, making them one of Paris's most popular tourist attractions. But for all the people who take the official tour, many more are drawn to the unauthorized sections of the tunnels, seeking adventure and mystery in the unexplored depths beneath one of the world's great cities. The catacombs continue to evolve and change, as new generations of explorers add their own stories to the long history of this remarkable underground world. Deep beneath the rolling hills of southern Poland lies a world that defies belief. For over 700 years, miners descended into the earth, carving away at ancient salt deposits, but what they created was far more than just a mine. They built an underground kingdom, complete with chapels, ballrooms, and sculptures that rival the greatest cathedrals above ground. This is Wieliczka Salt Mine, a place where human determination transformed darkness into divine beauty. The story begins in the 13th century, when salt was more precious than gold. In medieval Europe, salt wasn't just a seasoning, it was the key to preserving food, tanning leather, and even medicine. Without it, entire civilizations would crumble. So when vast deposits of rock salt were discovered beneath the small town of Wieliczka, it became the foundation of Poland's economic power for centuries to come. But here's where the story takes an unexpected turn. As the miners dug deeper and deeper into the earth, they didn't just extract salt. They began to create something extraordinary. Using nothing but hand tools and an incredible vision, they carved elaborate chambers from the solid salt rock. What started as practical mining tunnels evolved into underground palaces, complete with intricate sculptures, soaring ceilings, and religious shrines that would make any surface cathedral jealous. The mine stretches over 300 kilometers in total length, with 9 levels reaching depths of over 300 meters below ground. To put that in perspective, you could fit the entire Statue of Liberty inside some of these chambers and still have room to spare. But the sheer size isn't what makes Wieliczka truly remarkable. It's what the miners did with all that space. Picture this. You're descending a wooden staircase, each step taking you further from the world above. The air grows cooler, carrying with it a faint mineral scent that seems to clear your lungs with every breath. The walls around you aren't rough stone or concrete. They're smooth, glistening salt, carved with such precision that they seem almost alive in the flickering light. And then you enter the chapel of Saint Kinga, and your breath catches in your throat. This underground cathedral is perhaps the most stunning religious space you'll never see advertised in travel brochures. Carved entirely from salt in the 17th century, the chapel measures 54 meters long, 17 meters wide, and 12 meters high. Every surface tells a story. The walls are adorned with intricate reliefs depicting biblical scenes, all carved directly from the salt rock by miners who had never attended art school, but possessed an innate understanding of beauty and devotion. The altar, a masterpiece of salt sculpture, depicts the Last Supper with such detail that you can make out the expressions on each apostle's face. Above, salt chandeliers hang like frozen tears, their crystalline structure catching and reflecting light in ways that seem almost supernatural. The acoustics in this space are perfect, with sound carrying clearly from one end to the other, making it a popular venue for concerts and religious ceremonies even today. But St. Kinga's Chapel is just one of many underground wonders. Throughout the mine, you'll find chambers dedicated to different saints, each one unique in its artistic vision. There's the Chapel of St. Anthony, carved in the 18th century, where the walls seem to flow like water frozen in time. The Chapel of St. John features a salt sculpture of the Pope himself, so lifelike that visitors often mistake it for a living person in the dim light. What makes these creations even more remarkable is that they were built by ordinary miners, not professional artists. These were men who spent their days in backbreaking labor, extracting salt to feed their families and serve their country. Yet in their spare time, they created works of art that would be the envy of any Renaissance master. Using only simple tools, chisels, and hammers, they transformed the cold, dark underground into spaces of warmth and wonder. The miners developed their own traditions and superstitions around their work. They believed that Saint Kinga, the patron saint of salt miners, watched over them in the depths. Legend says that Kinga was a Hungarian princess who threw her engagement ring into a salt mine in her homeland, only to find it later in the Wieliczka deposits, proving that the mine was blessed. Whether you believe the legend or not, there's no denying that something special guided the hands of those who carved these underground masterpieces. As you walk through the mine's corridors, you begin to understand the incredible logistics involved in creating this underground world. Every tool, every piece of timber, every candle had to be lowered down the mine shafts. The salt sculptures weren't carved in comfortable studios and then moved into place. They were created in situ, in the cold, damp darkness, with only the light of oil lamps to guide the artist's hands. The mine also served practical purposes beyond salt extraction. During World War II, the Nazi occupation forces used parts of the mine as a production facility, taking advantage of the stable temperature and humidity levels. The underground chambers maintained a constant temperature of around 14 degrees Celsius year-round, making them ideal for storing sensitive materials and equipment. But the mine's most important role during the war was as a refuge. Local residents would hide in the deeper tunnels during air raids, finding safety in the very earth that had provided them with prosperity for centuries. The salt walls absorbed sound, making the underground chambers nearly soundproof, offering both physical and psychological shelter from the chaos above. After the war, as Poland rebuilt itself, the mine faced an uncertain future. Salt mining had become more mechanized, requiring less of the intricate hand carving that had created the mine's artistic treasures. There was talk of closing the mine entirely, sealing up the tunnels and leaving the underground cathedral to darkness and silence. But then something remarkable happened. Word spread about the incredible artworks hidden beneath the earth. Visitors began arriving, first as a trickle, then as a flood. The mine that had once fed Poland's economy through salt now began to sustain it through tourism. In 1978, Wieliczka Salt Mine became one of the first 12 sites listed as a UNESCO World Heritage Site, recognizing its universal value to humanity. Today, the mine receives over 1 million visitors each year, making it one of Poland's most popular tourist attractions. But the underground world continues to evolve. The salt is still alive, still growing, still changing. The sculptures require constant maintenance as the salt slowly shifts and settles. New chambers are occasionally discovered, sealed off centuries ago and forgotten until modern exploration techniques reveal their existence. The mine's influence extends beyond tourism. Scientists study the unique ecosystem that has developed in the salt environment. Certain bacteria and microorganisms thrive in the high salt conditions, potentially offering insights into early life on Earth, or even the possibility of life on other planets with similar extreme environments. Medical researchers have long been interested in the mine's therapeutic properties. The air in the salt chambers is incredibly pure, free from allergens and pollutants that plague the surface world. Patients with respiratory conditions often find relief in the mine's depths, leading to the development of halotherapy, or salt therapy, as a recognized treatment for asthma and other breathing disorders. But perhaps the most intriguing aspect of Wieliczka is what it tells us about human nature. Here, in the depths of the earth, surrounded by darkness and danger, miners chose to create beauty. They could have simply extracted the salt and left, but instead, they built something that would inspire wonder for centuries to come. They transformed their workplace into a sacred space, proving that the human spirit refuses to be crushed, even in the most challenging circumstances. The mine continues to reveal its secrets. Recent excavations have uncovered chambers that haven't been entered for over 100 years, their salt sculptures pristine and untouched by time. Ground-penetrating radar suggests there may be even more chambers waiting to be discovered, entire sections of the underground world that remain unexplored. As technology advances, new methods of preservation and exploration are being developed. Three-dimensional scanning allows researchers to create perfect digital copies of the salt sculptures, preserving them for future generations even as the originals slowly change and evolve. Virtual reality tour might soon allow people from around the world to experience the mine's wonders without ever leaving their homes. Yet nothing can truly replace the experience of standing in those salt chambers, feeling the cool air on your skin, hearing your footsteps echo off the crystalline walls, and marveling at the dedication of ordinary people who created something extraordinary. The mine reminds us that art and beauty can emerge from the most unlikely places, that human creativity knows no bounds, and that sometimes the most profound experiences await us not in the sky above, but in the depths below. The miners of Wieliczka didn't set out to create a tourist attraction or a World Heritage Site. They simply wanted to honor their faith, express their creativity, and leave something beautiful for future generations. In doing so, they created an underground cathedral that continues to inspire awe and wonder, proving that the most powerful monuments are often those carved not from ambition, but from love. Beneath the fairy tale landscape of Cappadocia, where ancient volcanic rock has been carved by wind and time into otherworldly formations, lies one of history's most remarkable secrets. Hidden beneath the rolling hills of central Turkey is an entire civilization that lived in darkness, an interconnected network of underground cities that housed thousands of people for months at a time. These weren't simple cave dwellings or temporary shelters. They were sophisticated urban centers, complete with ventilation systems, churches, schools, and storage facilities that rival anything built above ground. The story of Cappadocia's underground cities begins millions of years ago, when volcanic eruptions from nearby Mount Erciyes and Mount Hassan covered the region in thick layers of ash and lava. Over time, this volcanic material compressed into a soft rock called tufa, which had a remarkable property. It was easy to carve when first exposed to air, but hardened over time, creating incredibly durable structures. It was this geological gift that made Cappadocia's underground world possible. But why would anyone choose to live underground? The answer lies in Cappadocia's turbulent history. Located at the crossroads between Europe and Asia, this region has been invaded and conquered countless times throughout the centuries. Romans, Byzantines, Arabs, Seljuks, and Ottomans all left their mark on the surface, but beneath the ground, communities found a different kind of safety. The largest and most famous of these underground cities is Derinkuyu, a name that literally means deep well in Turkish. Discovered accidentally in 1963 when a resident was renovating his house and broke through a wall to reveal a hidden chamber. Derinkuyu extends 18 levels deep into the earth. The city could house up to 20,000 people, along with their livestock and food supplies, making it larger than many surface cities of its time. Walking through Derinkuyu today is like entering an ancient puzzle. The city is connected by hundreds of tunnels, some so narrow that you have to crawl through them single file, others wide enough for several people to walk side by side. The design was intentional. The narrow passages could be easily defended, blocked with circular stone doors that rolled into place to seal off sections of the city from invaders. These stone doors are marvels of ancient engineering. Weighing up to 500 kilograms each, they could only be opened and closed from the inside, turning the underground city into an impregnable fortress. The doors were positioned at strategic points throughout the tunnel system, allowing residents to retreat deeper into the city if the outer levels were breached, creating a series of defensive barriers that could hold off attackers for months. But defense was just one aspect of these underground cities. The architects had to solve problems that would challenge modern engineers. How do you provide fresh air to thousands of people living hundreds of feet underground? How do you supply fresh water? How do you dispose of waste? How do you create living spaces that don't feel like tombs? The ventilation system is perhaps the most impressive aspect of the underground cities. A complex network of air shafts, some extending over 200 feet deep, brought fresh air from the surface down to the lowest levels. The system was so sophisticated that it could maintain comfortable temperatures and air quality even when the city was sealed from the outside world. Some shafts served double duty, functioning as both air vents and communication channels between different levels of the city. Water was another critical concern. The underground cities were supplied through a combination of underground springs and carefully engineered wells that tapped into the region's water table. Storage tanks carved into the rock held reserves that could last for months, while elaborate drainage systems prevented flooding and kept living areas dry. The precision of this water management system is remarkable considering it was built without modern surveying tools or pumps. The cities weren't just functional, they were communities. Families had their own living spaces, carved with sleeping areas, storage niches, and even small kitchens. Communal areas included dining halls where hundreds of people could gather for meals, schools where children learned to read and write, and workshops where artisans continued their crafts even in the depths of the earth. Perhaps most remarkably, the underground cities contained numerous churches and chapels. These weren't simple prayer rooms, but elaborate religious spaces with carved altars, frescoes, and acoustics designed for worship. The Church of the Serpent in Derinkuyu features intricate carvings that rival anything built above ground, proving that the underground residents refused to compromise their spiritual lives despite their subterranean circumstances. The cities also contained stables for animals, wine cellars for food storage, and even cemeteries for the dead. This wasn't temporary shelter. It was a complete alternative civilization that could function independently from the surface world for extended periods. Archaeological evidence suggests that some residents might have lived underground for years at a time, emerging only when the political situation above ground stabilized. The scale of the underground city network is staggering. Derinkuyu is just one of over 200 underground cities discovered in Cappadocia, with new ones still being found regularly. Many of these cities are connected by tunnels that stretch for miles underground, creating a vast subterranean highway system that linked communities across the region. The total extent of this underground network is still unknown, as much of it remains unexplored or has been blocked by centuries of cave-ins and debris. Recent discoveries have revealed even larger underground complexes. In 2014, construction workers in the Cappadocian town of Nevşehir uncovered what may be the largest underground city ever found. Initial estimates suggest it could be 5 million square feet in size, large enough to house 60,000 people. The discovery was so significant that construction of the planned housing development was halted, and the site was turned over to archaeologists for proper excavation. The engineering required to build these cities is mind-boggling. Workers had to excavate millions of tons of rock, hauling the debris to the surface through narrow tunnels without modern machinery. They had to plan the layout carefully, ensuring that structural supports could bear the weight of the rock above while leaving room for all the necessary facilities. They had to solve problems of lighting, sanitation, and crowd control that would challenge modern urban planners. The construction methods reveal the ingenuity of the builders. They began by identifying the best rock formations, areas where the tufa was soft enough to carve but stable enough to support large chambers. They worked from the top down, starting with surface access points and gradually expanding deeper into the earth. The excavated rock wasn't wasted. It was used to build surface structures and create the defensive stone doors that sealed the tunnels. Different areas of the city served specific purposes, creating a three-dimensional urban plan that maximized the use of available space. The upper levels, closer to the surface and easier to access, housed common areas like kitchens and dining halls. The middle levels contained living quarters and workshops. The deepest levels were reserved for storage, religious spaces, and emergency shelters that could be sealed off if the city came under attack. The social organization required to maintain these cities was complex. Thousands of people living in close quarters needed rules, leadership, and systems for resource distribution. Evidence suggests that the underground communities maintained the same social structures as their surface counterparts, with designated leaders, craftsmen, farmers, and religious figures all playing their roles in the subterranean society. Life underground wasn't easy. The lack of natural light meant that residents relied on oil lamps and candles, filling the air with smoke despite the ventilation systems. The humidity and constant temperature, while stable, could be oppressive. Privacy was limited, and the psychological pressure of living in confinement for months at a time must have been enormous. Yet archaeological evidence shows that people not only survived but thrived in these conditions, creating art, raising families, and maintaining their cultural traditions. The underground cities played crucial roles during some of history's most turbulent periods. During the Arab invasions of the 7th and 8th centuries, entire populations disappeared underground, emerging only after the danger had passed. During the Byzantine period, Christian communities used the cities to escape religious persecution. Later, during Ottoman rule, the cities served as refuges during times of political instability and ethnic conflict. The decline of the underground cities came gradually. As the political situation in the region stabilized and new defensive technologies made surface fortifications more effective, the need for underground refuge decreased. The cities weren't abandoned overnight. Instead, they were used less frequently, with families maintaining their underground spaces but spending more time on the surface. By the 20th century, most of the cities had been forgotten, their entrances sealed or lost to development. The rediscovery of the underground cities in the modern era has revolutionized our understanding of medieval life in Anatolia. These cities prove that ancient peoples were capable of far more sophisticated engineering and urban planning than previously believed. They also demonstrate the human capacity for adaptation and survival in the face of seemingly impossible challenges. Today, several of the underground cities are open to tourists, offering a glimpse into this hidden world. Walking through the tunnels of Derinkuyu or Caimakli, visitors can experience firsthand the ingenuity and determination of the people who built these subterranean sanctuaries. The cool, constant temperature provides relief from the hot summers above ground, while the silence and darkness offer a meditative quality that's hard to find in the modern world. Conservation efforts are ongoing to preserve these ancient cities for future generations. The soft tufa rock that made construction possible also makes the structures vulnerable to erosion and damage. Climate control systems have been installed to regulate humidity and temperature, while careful restoration work maintains the structural integrity of the most important chambers and tunnels. Scientists continue to study the underground cities, using ground-penetrating radar and other modern techniques to map unexplored sections and understand the full extent of the tunnel networks. Each new discovery adds to our knowledge of how these remarkable communities functioned and survived for centuries beneath the earth. The underground cities of Cappadocia represent one of humanity's most impressive responses to adversity. Faced with constant threats from above, entire civilizations chose to dig deeper, creating a hidden world that could sustain them through the darkest of times. These cities remind us that human ingenuity knows no bounds, that survival sometimes requires retreating into darkness to preserve the light of civilization for future generations. In the depths beneath Cappadocia, we find proof that sometimes the greatest achievements happen not when we reach for the sky, but when we're willing to go deep into the earth itself. Beneath the bustling streets of London lies a hidden world that most passengers will never see. As millions of commuters rush through the tunnels of the London Underground each day, they pass by doorways that lead to nowhere, platforms that echo with silence, and stations that time forgot. These are the ghost stations of London, abandoned remnants of a transport system that has been evolving for over 150 years. The London Underground is more than just a way to get around the city. It's a living piece of history, with each tunnel and platform telling a story of London's past. But some of those stories have been cut short, leaving behind empty spaces that feel frozen in time. What happened to these forgotten stations? Why were they abandoned? And what secrets do they hold in their darkened corridors? The story of London's ghost stations begins with the very birth of the Underground itself. When the first section of the Metropolitan Railway opened in 1863, it was a revolutionary concept. Steam trains running beneath the streets of London seemed like something out of a science fiction novel. But as the network expanded rapidly over the decades, not every station could keep up with the changing needs of the city. Some stations were simply built in the wrong place. Others became victims of poor planning or changing travel patterns. A few were casualties of war, bombed during the Blitz and never rebuilt. But perhaps the most intriguing are those that were abandoned for reasons that remain unclear, leaving behind mysteries that urban explorers and historians are still trying to solve. Take Aldwych Station, for example. This Piccadilly line station opened in 1907 as part of a short branch line that was intended to serve the busy theater district. The station was originally called Strand, and it seemed perfectly positioned to capture the crowds heading to the West End shows. But from the very beginning, Aldwych struggled to attract passengers. The branch line was short and awkward, requiring travelers to change trains, and many found it easier to walk to other nearby stations. By the 1930s, Aldwych was only operating during rush hours. The rest of the time, it sat empty, its platforms gathering dust while the rest of London's underground network bustled with activity. During World War II, the station found new life as an air raid shelter, protecting Londoners from the bombing raids overhead. But once the war ended, passenger numbers never recovered. In 1994, Aldwych finally closed for good, becoming one of London's most famous ghost stations. What makes Aldwych particularly fascinating is how well preserved it remains. Unlike many abandoned stations that have been stripped bare or converted to other uses, Aldwych looks almost exactly as it did when it closed. The original 1907 tilework still covers the walls, advertising posters from decades past still cling to the surfaces, and the wooden escalators stand frozen in time. It's like stepping into a museum of London transport history. But Aldwych isn't alone in its ghostly existence. Down Street Station tells an even stranger tale. This Piccadilly line station opened in 1907, serving the wealthy Mayfair district. It was designed to be elegant, with distinctive red glazed terracotta facades that still mark its location today. But despite serving one of London's most affluent areas, Down Street never attracted the passenger numbers it needed to survive. The problem was location. Down Street sat awkwardly between Green Park and Hyde Park corner stations, both of which were more convenient for most travelers. The walk from Down Street to the main shopping and business areas was just far enough to be inconvenient, and passengers consistently chose the neighboring stations instead. By 1932, just 25 years after opening, Down Street was closed to passenger traffic. But Down Street's story didn't end there. During World War II, the abandoned station platforms were converted into a secret underground bunker for the Railway Executive Committee, the organization responsible for coordinating Britain's rail network during wartime. Even more remarkably, Winston Churchill himself used Down Street as a meeting place and shelter during some of the heaviest bombing raids on London. The conversion of Down Street into a wartime bunker required extensive modifications. The platform areas were divided into offices, meeting rooms, and sleeping quarters. A telephone exchange was installed to maintain communications with the rest of the country. Ventilation systems were upgraded to handle the increased occupancy. For several years during the war, this abandoned station became one of the most important command centers in Britain. Today, Down Street remains largely intact from its wartime conversion. The original station features are still visible, but they're overlaid with the additions from the 1940s. Concrete walls divide the former platform spaces, military-style fixtures remain bolted to the walls, and the atmosphere is that of a Cold War bunker frozen in time. Then there's the mystery of British Museum Station, which tells a different kind of ghost story altogether. This Central Line station opened in 1900 as part of the original Central London Railway. It was perfectly positioned to serve visitors to the British Museum, and for several decades it did exactly that. But as London's transport needs evolved, British Museum Station found itself in an impossible situation. The problem was that the station was built too close to Holborn Station, just a few hundred yards away. In the early days of the Underground, when the network was smaller and less connected, having two stations so close together wasn't unusual. But as the system expanded and became more integrated, it became clear that two stations serving essentially the same area was inefficient and confusing for passengers. In 1933, British Museum Station was closed, and passengers were directed to use nearby Holborn instead. But here's where the story gets interesting. Unlike many closed stations that were simply sealed up and forgotten, British Museum Station was said to be haunted. Reports began circulating almost immediately after its closure of strange sounds coming from the abandoned platforms, unexplained lights flickering in the darkness, and the ghostly figure of an Egyptian mummy wandering the tunnels. The mummy stories might sound ridiculous, but they had a strange logic to them. The British Museum's collection includes thousands of Egyptian artifacts, including numerous mummies. Some people believed that the spiritual presence of these ancient remains had somehow seeped into the nearby underground station. Others suggested that the mummy was the ghost of someone who had died in the tunnels during construction. Whether you believe in ghosts or not, British Museum Station had an undeniably eerie atmosphere. The platform walls were lined with distinctive oxblood red tiles that seemed to absorb light, creating deep pools of shadow even when the station was illuminated. The sound of trains passing through the tunnels created strange echoes that could easily be mistaken for voices or footsteps. And the knowledge that you were standing beneath one of the world's most famous museums, surrounded by artifacts from long-dead civilizations, certainly added to the mysterious atmosphere. But perhaps the most intriguing aspect of British Museum Station's ghost story is what happened next. In the 1970s, a horror film called Death Line was shot partially in the abandoned station. The movie told the story of cannibalistic survivors living in the forgotten tunnels of the London Underground, and British Museum Station provided the perfect atmospheric location for the underground scenes. The filming brought renewed attention to the station, and urban explorers began seeking ways to access the abandoned platforms. Some reported seeing strange phenomena that couldn't be explained by the movie set remnants. Others dismissed the ghost stories as the product of overactive imaginations influenced by the horror film. But the mystery of British Museum Station had taken on a life of its own, becoming part of London underground folklore. Not all of London's ghost stations were victims of poor planning or changing circumstances. Some tell darker stories of tragedy and loss. Wood Lane Station on the Central Line opened in 1908 to serve visitors to the Franco-British Exhibition and the 1908 Olympic Games. It was meant to be a temporary station, but it proved so popular that it remained open for decades. The problem came in the 1947, when Wood Lane was replaced by a new station called White City, built just a few hundred yards away to better serve the developing area. The old Wood Lane station was closed and sealed, but unlike many abandoned stations, it wasn't forgotten. During the 1950s and 60s, the abandoned platforms were used for driver training, allowing new underground operators to practice in a real station environment without disrupting passenger service. But Wood Lane's story took a tragic turn in the 1970s. A fire broke out in the abandoned station, possibly started by vandals or rough sleepers who had found their way into the tunnels. The fire spread quickly through the old wooden fixtures and accumulated debris, creating a dangerous situation that required the fire brigade to seal off several tunnels while they brought the blaze under control. The fire damage at Wood Lane was extensive, destroying many of the original station features and leaving behind a scarred, blackened shell. But rather than clearing away the damage, London Underground simply sealed the station more thoroughly and left it as it was. Today, Train drivers passing through the area can still see the fire-damaged remains of Wood Lane Station, a ghostly reminder of the dangers that lurk in London's underground spaces. The story of London's ghost stations isn't just about individual locations. It's also about the larger question of what happens to urban spaces when they're no longer needed. Cities are constantly evolving, and sometimes that evolution leaves behind empty spaces that don't fit into the new order. These abandoned places become time capsules, preserving moments from the past in ways that functioning spaces cannot. Some of London's ghost stations have found new purposes. Aldwych, despite being closed to passengers, has become a popular location for film and television productions. Its authentic 1907 appearance makes it perfect for period dramas, and productions ranging from Sherlock Holmes movies to Doctor Who episodes have used the station as a backdrop. The revenue from these filming projects helps London Underground maintain the station, even though it serves no transport purpose. Other abandoned stations have been converted into entirely different uses. The Old York Road station on the Northern Line became part of a shopping center. The former City Road station was incorporated into a modern office building. These conversions show one way that cities can adapt their abandoned spaces, integrating them into new developments rather than simply letting them decay. But some ghost stations resist all attempts at reuse or conversion. They remain exactly as they were when they closed, frozen in time and slowly deteriorating in the darkness. These are perhaps the most mysterious of all, because they raise questions about why they haven't been repurposed. Is it simply a matter of cost and practicality, or is there something else that makes these spaces unsuitable for new uses? The deeper you dig into the stories of London's ghost stations, the more complex they become. Each abandoned platform and sealed tunnel represents decisions made by planners, politicians, and engineers decades or even centuries ago. Some of those decisions made perfect sense at the time but look strange in hindsight. Others seem questionable even when viewed from their historical context. Take the case of the London Pneumatic Dispatch Company, a Victorian-era attempt to create an underground mail delivery system using compressed air to shoot containers through tubes beneath the city. The system included several stations and connecting tunnels, some of which intersected with the developing underground network. When the pneumatic postal system failed in the 1870s, it left behind a network of abandoned tunnels and chambers that still exist beneath London today. Some of these pneumatic railway tunnels were later incorporated into the underground system, but others were simply abandoned and forgotten. Urban explorers occasionally discover entrances to these forgotten spaces, finding intact Victorian-era tunnel sections that predate the modern underground by decades. These discoveries add new chapters to the story of London's underground development, revealing layers of history that most people never knew existed. The question of what lies beneath London becomes even more complex when you consider the wartime modifications made to many underground stations. During World War II, the government secretly converted numerous stations and tunnels for military use. Some of these conversions are well documented, like the transformation of Down Street into a command bunker. But others remain classified or poorly documented, leaving researchers to piece together fragments of information from scattered sources. There are persistent rumors of entire underground facilities that were built during the war but never officially acknowledged. These might include emergency government bunkers, communication centers, or storage facilities for sensitive materials. Some of these rumored facilities were supposedly built within or connected to existing underground infrastructure, making them nearly impossible to detect from the surface. The challenge of exploring London's ghost stations is that most of them are genuinely inaccessible to the public. Unlike abandoned buildings on the surface, which might be explored by urban adventurers willing to risk trespassing charges, the underground's abandoned stations are protected by serious security measures. The tunnels carry high-voltage electricity, the air quality can be dangerous, and unauthorized access is treated as a major safety and security violation. But occasionally, London Underground organizes special tour of selected ghost stations, giving the public a rare chance to see these hidden spaces. These tours are extremely popular and often sell out within minutes of being announced. They offer a glimpse into a hidden London that most residents never know exists, revealing the complex history layered beneath their feet. The tour also highlights just how many abandoned spaces exist within the underground network. For every famous ghost station like Aldwych or Down Street, there are dozens of smaller abandoned areas. Unused platform extensions, sealed connecting tunnels, abandoned lift shafts, and forgotten maintenance areas create a vast network of empty spaces threaded throughout the active transport system. Some of these spaces are genuinely forgotten, known only to a few long-time underground employees who might have worked in them decades ago. Others are carefully monitored and maintained, even though they serve no current purpose. The decision of which abandoned spaces to preserve and which to forget seems to follow no clear pattern, adding another layer of mystery to London's underground landscape. The psychological impact of London's ghost stations shouldn't be underestimated either. There's something deeply unsettling about spaces that were once full of life, but now stand empty. The abandoned platforms and sealed doorways create a sense of urban melancholy, a reminder that even the most permanent-seeming infrastructure can become obsolete. This feeling is amplified by the way these spaces interact with the active underground system. Passengers on moving trains might catch brief glimpses of abandoned platforms through tunnel windows, creating momentary glimpses of these hidden worlds. The contrast between the bustling, well-lit active stations and the dark, empty abandoned ones creates a powerful sense of the temporary nature of urban development. For some people, London's ghost stations represent more than just transportation history. They're symbols of the city's ability to reinvent itself, leaving behind spaces that no longer serve their original purpose. They're also reminders of the human cost of urban change, representing communities and connections that were disrupted when the stations closed. But perhaps most importantly, London's ghost stations remind us that cities have hidden depths that most residents never explore or even know about. Beneath the familiar surface of London lies a complex network of spaces, some active, some abandoned, some forgotten entirely. These hidden places are part of what makes London such a fascinating city, offering layers of history and mystery that reward those curious enough to look beneath the surface. As London continues to evolve and expand its transport network, new ghost stations will inevitably be created. Some current stations will become obsolete, victim to changing travel patterns or new infrastructure projects. When that happens, they'll join the existing collection of abandoned spaces, adding new chapters to the ongoing story of London's hidden underground world. The ghost stations of London Underground represent more than just failed transport planning. They're windows into the city's past, preserving moments in time when London was a different place with different needs. They're also mysteries waiting to be solved, each abandoned platform and sealed tunnel holding secrets about the decisions and circumstances that led to their abandonment. In the heart of South Australia's outback, where summer temperatures regularly soar above 45 degrees Celsius, and the landscape stretches endlessly in every direction like the surface of Mars, lies one of the world's most unusual towns. Coober Pedy doesn't look like much from the surface, just a collection of mining equipment, makeshift buildings, and thousands upon thousands of holes scattered across the desert floor. But the real town, the place where people actually live and work, lies hidden beneath the ground in a network of tunnels and underground rooms carved directly from the rock. This is Coober Pedy, the opal capital of the world, where more than half the town's residents live underground in homes they've excavated themselves. It's a place where the local church is built into a hillside, where the hotel bar is carved from solid rock, and where finding $1 million opal in your backyard isn't just a dream. It's a possibility that keeps people digging day after day in the brutal outback heat. But how did this underground town come to exist? What drives people to live like modern-day cave dwellers in one of the harshest environments on Earth? And what secrets lie buried in the millions of tunnels that honeycomb the desert beneath Coober Pedy? The story begins in 1915, when 14-year-old Willie Hutchison was traveling with his father Jim through the South Australian outback. They were part of a gold prospecting expedition, searching for precious metals in the remote desert regions. The landscape they traveled through was unforgiving, a flat, rocky plain where nothing seemed to grow, and the sun beat down mercilessly for most of the year. On February 1, 1915, the group made camp near a low ridge that offered some protection from the constant wind. Willie, being young and curious, wandered away from the camp to explore the area. As he climbed the ridge, something caught his eye in the rock face, a glint of color that didn't belong in the monotonously brown landscape. What Willie had found were opals, those miraculous gems that seemed to contain entire rainbows trapped within their translucent depths. But these weren't just any opals. The stones Willie discovered displayed the kind of brilliant color and fire that makes Coober Pedy opals among the most prized in the world. Word of the discovery spread quickly through the prospecting community, and within months, miners began arriving in the area to try their luck. The early miners faced a serious problem. The summer heat in this part of South Australia is genuinely dangerous. Temperatures above 40 degrees Celsius are common from October through March, and the combination of heat, sun exposure, and the physical demands of mining created conditions that could kill the unprepared. The nearest town was hundreds of kilometers away, so there was no escape from the brutal climate. The solution came from the mining process itself. As the miners dug deeper into the ground searching for opal, they discovered that the temperature underground remained constant at around 23 degrees Celsius year-round. The rock provided natural insulation from both the summer heat and the surprisingly cold winter nights. It didn't take long for some enterprising miners to realize that they could expand their mining shafts into living spaces, creating homes that were comfortable in any weather. The name Coober Pedy comes from the local Aboriginal phrase Coober Pedy, which means white man in a hole. It's a perfectly descriptive name for a town where the majority of residents live in underground homes carved directly from the rock. But the Aboriginal people of the area had known about the opals long before Willie Hutchison's discovery. They had stories about the rainbow stones, though they didn't mine them extensively or consider them particularly valuable. The early underground homes in Coober Pedy were basic affairs, essentially expanded mining tunnels with minimal furnishing. But as the town grew and prospered, the underground architecture became more sophisticated. Miners learned to excavate entire multi-room complexes, complete with bedrooms, kitchens, living areas, and even indoor bathrooms connected to septic systems. The process of creating an underground home in Coober Pedy follows the same basic principles as opal mining. First, you choose a location, preferably on a slope for drainage and easy access. Then you begin digging, usually with a combination of explosives and manual excavation. The sandstone and mudstone that make up most of the area are relatively soft, making excavation easier than you might expect, but still requiring skill and experience to avoid cave-ins or other structural problems. One of the most remarkable aspects of Coober Pedy's underground homes is how normal they can feel once you're inside. Many have been fitted with conventional electrical systems, plumbing, and even air conditioning, though the natural temperature regulation usually makes artificial cooling unnecessary. Some underground homes have been expanded over decades, growing into multi-level complexes with dozens of rooms. The underground lifestyle offers several advantages beyond temperature control. The homes are naturally soundproof, providing privacy and quiet that would be impossible in conventional above-ground housing. They're also virtually maintenance-free, no painting, no roof repairs, no exterior upkeep required. And of course, there's always the possibility that you might strike opal while excavating new rooms, essentially paying for your home improvements with gems you discover in the process. But perhaps the most compelling reason people choose to live underground in Coober Pedy is the sense of community and shared purpose that the unique lifestyle creates. Everyone in town understands the challenges of desert living and opal mining. Everyone has stories about spectacular finds and crushing disappointments. The underground homes create a literal and figurative sense of being in it together, sharing the experience of living beneath the surface in pursuit of fortune. The social center of Coober Pedy is as unique as its residential architecture. The town's pubs, restaurants, and shops are largely underground as well, carved into hillsides or built into excavated spaces. The Desert Cave Hotel features rooms and common areas built directly into the rock, offering visitors the full underground experience. The bar area is particularly impressive, with its rough-hewn rock walls and ceiling creating an atmosphere that feels both primitive and welcoming. The local Serbian Orthodox church is built into a hillside, its simple exterior giving no hint of the ornate interior spaces carved from the living rock. The church serves the town's significant Serbian population, many of whom came to Coober Pedy in the 1960s and 70s seeking opportunities in the opal fields. The underground location provides the church with the same temperature advantages as residential buildings, making it comfortable for worship year-round. Even more impressive is the Catholic Church, which features underground spaces that include not just the main sanctuary, but also meeting rooms, offices, and social areas. The church's underground design allows for architectural features that would be impossible or impractical in a conventional above-ground building, including elaborate carved details and unique acoustic properties created by the rock walls. The opal mining that supports Coober Pedy's economy is unlike any other form of mining you might imagine. Opals form in sedimentary rock layers through a complex geological process involving silica-rich water percolating through the rock over millions of years. The result is that opal deposits are unpredictable and often appear in thin layers or small pockets rather than large, consistent veins. This means that opal mining is largely a matter of educated guesswork combined with persistence and luck. Miners look for geological indicators that suggest opal-bearing rocks, certain types of ironstone formations, particular color changes in the rock layers, or traces of what's called potch, a non-gem form of opal that often occurs near the valuable material. The actual mining process often involves following these indicators underground, creating networks of tunnels that can extend for hundreds of meters in multiple directions. Some mining claims in Coober Pedy have tunnel systems so extensive that they resemble underground cities, with multiple levels, connecting passages, and specialized areas for different types of excavation. The unpredictable nature of opal deposits means that a miner might work for months or even years without finding anything valuable, then suddenly discover a pocket of gem-quality opals worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. This boom-or-bust cycle creates a unique psychology among Coober Pedy residents, a combination of eternal optimism and practical resilience that keeps people going through the inevitable dry spells. Some of the most famous opal discoveries in Coober Pedy have become local legends. The Olympic Australis, discovered in 1956, weighed over 17,000 carats and was valued at millions of dollars. The Desert Flame, found in 1969, displayed such spectacular color that it became one of the most photographed opals in history. These major discoveries fuel the dreams of every miner in town, proving that incredible wealth can literally be hiding just beneath your feet. But for every spectacular find, there are thousands of smaller discoveries that make up the day-to-day reality of opal mining in Coober Pedy. Most successful miners make their living finding smaller stones, still beautiful and valuable, but not the headline-grabbing specimens that make the news. The skill lies in recognizing valuable opal when you find it and knowing how to extract it without damaging the stone. The cutting and polishing of opals is an art form in itself, and Coober Pedy has developed a community of skilled craftspeople who specialize in bringing out the best in rough opal. The process requires understanding the internal structure of each stone, identifying the areas of best color and fire, and carefully removing excess material without damaging the gem itself. Many of Coober Pedy's opal shops are also built underground, creating unique retail environments where customers can browse gems in spaces carved directly from the rock. These shops often include workshops where visitors can watch opals being cut and polished, providing insight into the skill and artistry required to transform rough stones into finished gems. The international opal trade brings buyers from around the world to Coober Pedy. Japanese buyers are particularly active in the market, prizing Australian opals for their unique characteristics. European and American collectors also make regular pilgrimages to the town, seeking specific types of opals or particularly spectacular specimens for their collections. But the economic reality of opal mining means that most residents of Coober Pedy live modest lifestyles despite being surrounded by potential wealth. The cost of equipment, fuel, and living expenses in such a remote location consumes much of the income from smaller opal finds. Only those who make major discoveries or who work consistently over many years tend to accumulate significant wealth. The social dynamics of Coober Pedy reflect this economic uncertainty. The community is remarkably egalitarian, with few visible distinctions between those who have had major successes and those still searching for their big break. Everyone understands that fortune in the opal fields is largely a matter of luck, and today's successful miner could be tomorrow's struggler if their claim runs dry. This creates a culture of mutual support and shared knowledge that might seem surprising in such a competitive industry. Experienced miners often help newcomers learn the basics of prospecting and excavation. Equipment is frequently shared or borrowed. When someone makes a significant find, the news spreads quickly through the community, generating excitement and hope rather than jealousy. The isolation of Coober Pedy, it's over 800 kilometers from Adelaide, the nearest major city, intensifies these social bonds. Residents depend on each other for everything from emergency assistance to social interaction. The underground lifestyle creates additional connections, as neighbors might literally share walls carved from the same rock formation. Life in Coober Pedy follows rhythms dictated by both the climate and the nature of opal mining. Summer work often begins before dawn, taking advantage of the cooler morning temperatures for surface activities. The heat of midday drives most people underground, either to their homes or to underground work areas. Evening brings another period of activity as the temperature drops to merely uncomfortable levels. Winter in Coober Pedy can be surprisingly cold, with temperatures dropping below freezing on clear nights. But the underground homes maintain their comfortable temperature year-round, providing refuge from both summer heat and winter cold. This climate control is achieved without any artificial heating or cooling in most cases, making the underground lifestyle remarkably energy efficient. The town's infrastructure reflects its unique character. Power lines and water pipes often disappear underground, serving the subterranean homes and businesses. Internet and telephone connections have been adapted to reach underground locations, keeping residents connected to the outside world despite their unusual living arrangements. Shopping and services in Coober Pedy have adapted to serve a population that spends much of its time underground. Many businesses operate on flexible schedules, understanding that miners might need supplies or services at unusual hours depending on their work patterns and the weather. The town's medical facilities are prepared to deal with the specific hazards of underground living and mining, from cave-in injuries to the respiratory issues that can result from dust exposure. Education in Coober Pedy presents unique challenges. The town's school serves children from mining families, many of whom come from diverse cultural backgrounds, as people from around the world are drawn to the opal fields. The curriculum must balance standard educational requirements with the practical realities of life in such an unusual community. Many young people leave Coober Pedy for higher education or career opportunities in larger cities, but a significant number return, drawn by the freedom and potential for success that opal mining offers. The town has developed programs to help young adults develop the skills needed for modern opal mining, including the use of sophisticated detection equipment and modern excavation techniques. Tourism has become an increasingly important part of Coober Pedy's economy. Visitors come from around the world to see the underground town and learn about opal mining. The town offers underground hotel accommodations, mine tour, and opportunities to try noodling, searching through mining waste for opals that might have been overlooked. The tourist industry has led to the preservation and improvement of some of Coober Pedy's most interesting underground spaces. Former mines have been converted into museums and tour venues, giving visitors safe access to underground areas while educating them about the town's history and the opal mining process. But tourism also presents challenges for a community that values privacy and independence. The balance between sharing Coober Pedy's unique culture with visitors and maintaining the authentic character that makes the town special requires careful management. The environmental impact of opal mining in Coober Pedy is a complex issue. The landscape around the town is dotted with thousands of mining shafts and waste piles, creating a moonscape appearance that's visible from space. However, the scale of disturbance is relatively small compared to other types of mining, and the desert environment was already largely barren before mining began. Some environmental groups have raised concerns about the long-term impact of so much underground excavation. The area around Coober Pedy is honeycombed with tunnels, some mapped and others known only to their creators. There are occasional collapses of old workings and questions about the stability of the ground in heavily mined areas. But the residents of Coober Pedy generally take a pragmatic view of these concerns. They point out that the mining has brought life and prosperity to an area that was previously uninhabited desert. The underground homes and businesses represent a form of sustainable architecture that works in harmony with the harsh climate rather than fighting against it. The future of Coober Pedy depends largely on the continued availability of opals and the world market for these unique gems. Geological surveys suggest that significant opal deposits remain to be discovered in the area, and new mining techniques continue to improve the efficiency of extraction. Climate change presents both challenges and opportunities for the town. Increasing temperatures and changing weather patterns make the underground lifestyle even more attractive as a way to cope with extreme heat. But changes in rainfall patterns could affect the water supply that the town depends on. Technology is also changing the nature of opal mining in Coober Pedy. Ground-penetrating radar and other detection equipment can help miners locate opal-bearing rock with greater precision. Modern excavation equipment makes it possible to dig larger and more complex underground spaces with greater safety. But the essential character of Coober Pedy, a community of independent miners living underground in pursuit of natural treasure, seems likely to persist regardless of technological changes. The town represents a unique adaptation to one of Earth's most challenging environments, proving that human ingenuity can create comfortable and prosperous communities in places that seem utterly unsuitable for human habitation. As you consider the story of Coober Pedy, it's worth remembering that this underground town exists not as a historical curiosity, but as a living, working community. Real people have chosen to make their lives in carved rock chambers beneath the South Australian desert, pursuing dreams of opal wealth while creating a unique culture that blends practical necessity with human creativity. The town's existence challenges our assumptions about what constitutes normal urban development. Most cities grow upward and outward, but Coober Pedy has grown downward, creating a three-dimensional community that extends far beneath the surface. It's a reminder that human adaptation and ingenuity can create livable spaces in even the most unlikely locations. Whether Coober Pedy represents the past or the future of human settlement in extreme environments remains to be seen. But there's no question that this underground opal mining town stands as one of the world's most remarkable examples of how people can adapt to challenging circumstances while maintaining hope, community, and the eternal human quest for hidden treasure. Imagine crawling through a pitch-black tunnel barely wide enough for your shoulders, the earth pressing in around you from all sides. The air is thick and humid, carrying the scent of damp soil and something else, something human. You're moving through a passage that stretches for miles beneath your feet, part of a network so vast and complex that it defies belief. This isn't a nightmare or a scene from a horror movie. This is the reality of the Catacombs Tunnels, one of the most extraordinary underground networks ever created by human hands. Located just 30 miles northwest of Ho Chi Minh City, formerly known as Saigon, lies a subterranean world that changed the course of the Vietnam War. The Catacombs Tunnels represent one of the most remarkable feats of underground engineering in military history, yet they were built not by armies of professional engineers or massive construction crews, but by ordinary villagers using nothing more than simple hand tools and an indomitable will to survive. To understand the true scope of what was accomplished here, we need to step back and consider the numbers. The Catacombs tunnel system stretches for over 120 miles, creating an underground city that housed, fed, and protected thousands of people for decades. But these weren't just simple tunnels carved hastily into the earth. This was a sophisticated network of interconnected passages, chambers, and facilities that included hospitals, schools, weapons factories, kitchens, dormitories, and even theaters for entertainment. The story begins in the late 1940s, when Vietnamese fighters first started digging tunnels to hide from French colonial forces. But it was during the American involvement in Vietnam, from the 1960s through the mid-70s, that the tunnel system truly came into its own. As bombing campaigns intensified and ground forces swept through the region, the tunnels became not just a hiding place, but an entire underground civilization. What makes the Catacombs tunnels so remarkable isn't just their size, but the conditions under which they were built. Workers, mostly local villagers and Viet Cong fighters, dug entirely by hand using basic tools like hoes, pickaxes, and improvised shovels. They worked in shifts, often during the night to avoid detection, moving thousands of tons of earth grain by grain. The soil they excavated couldn't simply be piled up nearby, as that would reveal the tunnel's locations to enemy forces overhead. Instead, every handful of dirt had to be carefully dispersed, scattered in rice fields, dissolved in rivers, or hidden in existing bomb craters. The engineering challenges they faced were immense. The tunnels had to be deep enough to withstand bombing raids and artillery strikes, yet shallow enough to allow for quick escape routes to the surface. They needed to provide adequate ventilation for the hundreds of people living underground, while remaining undetectable to enemy forces above. The builders had to account for drainage during monsoon seasons, when the tunnels could flood, and they had to create multiple levels and emergency exits to prevent the entire system from being compromised if one section was discovered. Most of the main tunnels were built at a depth of 3 to 4 meters underground, but some passages went as deep as 10 meters below the surface. The tunnels themselves were remarkably narrow, averaging just 60 to 70 centimeters wide and 80 to 90 centimeters high. This cramped size wasn't accidental. It was designed to accommodate the smaller stature of Vietnamese fighters while making it extremely difficult for larger American soldiers to pursue them underground. The tunnel entrances were masterpieces of camouflage and engineering. Some were hidden underwater in rice paddies, accessible only by diving down and swimming through submerged passages. Others were concealed beneath seemingly innocent structures like outdoor kitchens, animal pens, or even underneath the floors of homes. Many entrances were covered with incredibly sophisticated trap doors that could support the weight of a person walking over them, yet could be opened from below in seconds when needed. But perhaps the most ingenious aspect of the entrance system was how they dealt with the problem of detection dogs. American forces frequently used German shepherds and other tracking dogs to locate hidden entrances and underground facilities. The tunnel builders countered this by using a variety of techniques to mask human scent. They would rub chili pepper, garlic, and other strong-smelling substances around entrance areas. They collected soap and clothing from American soldiers to confuse the dog's sense of smell. Some entrances were even designed with false floors and decoy passages that would lead dogs and their handlers away from the real tunnel systems. Once inside the tunnels, visitors would find themselves in a world unlike anything they had ever experienced. The main arteries of the tunnel system were connected by hundreds of smaller passages, creating a maze so complex that even experienced tunnel rats, as they came to be known, could easily become lost. Maps of the tunnel system were closely guarded secrets, memorized by key personnel, and never written down where they might be captured by enemy forces. The tunnels were organized into multiple levels, with different depths serving different purposes. The first level, closest to the surface, was typically used for hiding weapons, storing supplies, and providing quick escape routes. The second level housed living quarters, meeting rooms, and workshops. The deepest level contained the most critical facilities, command centers, hospitals, and storage areas for the most valuable supplies. Living conditions in the tunnels were incredibly harsh. The temperature underground remained constant at around 27 degrees Celsius, but the humidity was stifling. The air was thick and hard to breathe, especially in the deeper sections where ventilation was limited. Fresh air was provided through an intricate system of carefully camouflaged air holes that extended to the surface. These ventilation shafts were designed to look like termite hills or natural formations, and they were positioned to avoid detection while providing adequate airflow to the underground chambers. Food was always a challenge in the tunnel system. Cooking fires would produce smoke that could reveal the tunnel's locations, so most meals had to be prepared in special kitchens with sophisticated ventilation systems that dispersed smoke through multiple exit points, making it nearly impossible to trace back to its source. The diet consisted mainly of rice, vegetables, and whatever protein could be obtained, often including rats, bats, and other creatures that could be caught underground. Medical care in the tunnels was rudimentary but remarkably effective given the circumstances. Underground hospitals were carved out of the earth and equipped with basic surgical instruments, often salvaged or improvised from whatever materials could be obtained. Doctors and nurses worked by candlelight or small oil lamps, performing surgeries and treating wounds in conditions that would challenge even modern medical facilities. Despite these limitations, the survival rate for wounded fighters treated in tunnel hospitals was surprisingly high, a testament to the skill and dedication of the medical personnel working underground. The tunnels also served as manufacturing centers for weapons and supplies. Underground workshops produced ammunition, explosive devices, and even clothing and equipment. Raw materials were smuggled in through the tunnel system, and finished products were distributed to fighters throughout the region. Some of the most effective weapons used against American forces were manufactured in these underground facilities, including improvised explosive devices, booby traps, and specialized weapons designed for tunnel warfare. Communication within the tunnel system was maintained through a network of telephone lines and message runners. Important messages could be transmitted from one end of the tunnel system to the other in a matter of hours, allowing for coordinated operations across a wide area. The command structure within the tunnels was highly organized, with different sections under the control of specific leaders who reported up through a chain of command that ultimately reached the highest levels of the Vietnamese resistance. The psychological impact of the tunnel system on both sides of the conflict cannot be overstated. For the Vietnamese fighters and civilians who lived there, the tunnels represented safety, community, and the possibility of survival against overwhelming odds. Families lived underground for months or even years at a time, creating a sense of normalcy in the most abnormal circumstances. Children were born in the tunnels, grew up in the tunnels, and learned to navigate the underground world as easily as others might navigate city streets. For American forces, the tunnels represented one of their greatest frustrations and fears. Traditional military tactics proved largely useless against an enemy that could appear from nowhere, strike quickly, and then vanish back into the earth. The tunnels neutralized many of America's technological advantages, creating a battlefield where superior firepower and advanced equipment meant little against an enemy who knew every inch of the underground terrain. The Americans eventually developed specialized units known as tunnel rats, soldiers who were specifically trained and equipped to fight in the underground environment. These men, typically smaller in stature than average soldiers, would enter the tunnels armed with nothing more than a pistol, a flashlight, and sometimes a combat knife. Their job was to explore the tunnel systems, locate enemy personnel and facilities, and either capture or destroy what they found. The work of tunnel rats was incredibly dangerous and psychologically demanding. They crawled through pitch-black passages, never knowing when they might encounter an enemy fighter, a booby trap, or a dead end that could leave them trapped underground. Many tunnel rats developed severe claustrophobia and other psychological conditions from their underground experiences. Despite their courage and skill, they were only able to explore a small fraction of the total tunnel system, and their efforts, while brave, did little to diminish the overall effectiveness of the underground network. In response to the tunnel threat, American forces employed a variety of tactics and technologies. They used ground-penetrating radar to try to locate tunnel entrances and main passages. They experimented with various gases and chemicals designed to force tunnel occupants to the surface or make the tunnels uninhabitable. They even tried using trained dogs and other animals to explore the tunnel systems, though these efforts met with limited success. One of the most controversial tactics used against the tunnels was the deployment of a chemical agent known as Agent Orange and other defoliants. The theory was that by stripping away jungle cover, it would be easier to spot tunnel entrances and monitor surface activity. However, this strategy proved largely ineffective against the tunnel system, while causing devastating environmental and health consequences that continue to affect the region to this day. The tunnels also played a crucial role in some of the most significant military operations of the Vietnam War. During the Tet Offensive in 1968, fighters emerged from the Cu Cai tunnels to launch surprise attacks on military bases and urban areas around Saigon. The ability to move large numbers of personnel and supplies through the tunnel system without detection allowed for coordinated strikes that caught American and South Vietnamese forces completely off guard. But the tunnels weren't just about warfare. They were also about preserving Vietnamese culture and society under the most extreme circumstances. Underground schools continued to educate children, ensuring that an entire generation wouldn't lose their connection to learning and knowledge. Traditional crafts and skills were maintained in underground workshops. Cultural events, including traditional music and theater performances, were held in larger chambers, providing entertainment and maintaining morale during the darkest periods of the conflict. The role of women in the tunnel system was particularly remarkable. Women served not only as fighters and support personnel, but as engineers, medical staff, teachers, and leaders. They were often responsible for some of the most dangerous tasks, including laying and maintaining booby traps, gathering intelligence from surface activities, and serving as guides for new arrivals to the tunnel system. Many women spent years of their lives underground, raising families and maintaining communities in conditions that would challenge the most hardened soldiers. The engineering innovations developed in the Shanghai Tunnels influenced military thinking around the world. The sophisticated ventilation systems, the multi-level construction, the camouflaged entrances, and the integration of living, working, and fighting spaces in a confined underground environment all became subjects of study for military engineers and strategists. Some of these innovations were later adopted by other resistance movements and military organizations facing similar challenges. After the war ended in 1975, portions of the Shanghai Tunnel system were preserved as a historical monument and tourist attraction. Today, visitors can experience a small section of the tunnels, though the passages open to tourists have been widened significantly to accommodate people of various sizes and physical abilities. Even in their modified state, the tunnels provide a powerful reminder of what human determination and ingenuity can accomplish under the most difficult circumstances. The psychological and physical toll of life in the tunnels was enormous. Many people who lived underground for extended periods suffered from various health problems related to poor air quality, limited sunlight, and the constant stress of living in a confined space under threat of attack. Respiratory problems were common, as was a condition that became known as tunnel disease, characterized by fatigue, joint pain, and other symptoms related to the harsh underground environment. Yet despite these challenges, the tunnel system continued to function effectively throughout the war. New sections were constantly being dug, existing passages were expanded and improved, and the underground community continued to grow. The tunnels represented not just a military tactic, but a way of life, a demonstration of how ordinary people could adapt to extraordinary circumstances and continue to resist even when facing overwhelming odds. The Shanghai Tunnels stand as one of the most remarkable examples of underground engineering and human adaptability in history. They demonstrate what can be accomplished when people are fighting for their survival and their beliefs, using nothing more than basic tools, human determination, and an intimate knowledge of their environment. The tunnels changed the course of a war, preserved a culture, and created a legacy that continues to inspire and amaze people around the world. But beyond their historical and military significance, the Shanghai Tunnels represent something deeper about the human spirit. They show us that even in the darkest circumstances, people can create communities, maintain hope, and find ways to not just survive, but to thrive. The underground world of Shanghai reminds us that sometimes the most profound human achievements happen not in the spotlight of history, but in the hidden places where ordinary people do extraordinary things. Deep beneath the granite peaks of Colorado's Rocky Mountains, buried under 2,000 feet of solid rock, lies one of the most secure and mysterious facilities ever constructed by human hands. The Cheyenne Mountain Complex, home to the North American Aerospace Defense Command, known as NORAD, represents the ultimate fusion of Cold War paranoia, cutting-edge technology, and engineering ambition on a scale that borders on the unimaginable. To understand the significance of this underground fortress, we need to transport ourselves back to the 1950s, when the world lived under the constant shadow of nuclear annihilation. The Cold War was at its height, and both the United States and Soviet Union possessed enough nuclear weapons to destroy civilization several times over. In this climate of mutual assured destruction, military planners faced a terrifying question. How do you protect the people and systems responsible for defending an entire continent when the enemy possesses weapons capable of obliterating entire cities in seconds? The answer lay deep underground, in a location that would become one of the most heavily fortified places on Earth. Cheyenne Mountain, located just outside Colorado Springs, Colorado, was selected for this crucial installation after extensive geological surveys determined that its granite composition could withstand even a direct nuclear strike. The mountain itself became both the foundation and the ultimate protection for what would be built within its depths. Construction of the Cheyenne Mountain Complex began in 1961, during the presidency of John F. Kennedy, at a time when tensions with the Soviet Union were reaching new heights. The project was shrouded in secrecy from its very inception, with only a select few government officials and military leaders aware of its true scope and purpose. Workers were required to sign extensive security agreements, and even family members were kept in the dark about what their loved ones were actually building beneath the mountain. The scale of the excavation was staggering. Engineers had to blast through solid granite, removing over 690,000 tons of rock to create the caverns that would house the facility. The main excavation created a series of chambers large enough to hold multi-story buildings, with the largest chamber measuring over 400 feet long, 200 feet wide, and 60 feet high. The amount of explosives used in the blasting process was equivalent to hundreds of tons of dynamite, and the sound of the blasting could be heard for miles around, though local residents were told it was simply routine mining operations. But removing the rock was only the beginning of the engineering challenge. The complex had to be designed to survive a direct hit from a nuclear weapon, which meant protecting against not just the initial blast, but also the electromagnetic pulse, radiation, and seismic waves that would follow. The solution was both elegant and extreme. The entire facility would be built on a system of massive steel springs. The building system within Cheyenne Mountain consists of 15 separate structures, each weighing hundreds of tons, all mounted on a total of 1,319 steel springs. These springs, each weighing over 1,000 pounds, are designed to absorb the shock waves from a nuclear explosion, allowing the buildings to move and flex rather than crack and collapse. The entire complex can sway up to 12 inches in any direction, dissipating the energy from even the most powerful explosions. The entrance to Cheyenne Mountain is through two massive blast doors, each weighing 25 tons, and designed to seal the complex completely in the event of an attack. These doors are 3 feet thick and can be closed in under 20 seconds, creating an airtight seal that would protect the facility's occupants from radiation, chemical weapons, and biological agents. Behind these doors lies a tunnel system that penetrates deep into the heart of the mountain, leading to the main facility chambers. The complex is designed to be completely self-sufficient during an emergency. It has its own power generation systems, including diesel generators capable of running for weeks without external fuel supplies. The facility maintains its own water supply, drawn from underground springs within the mountain, and has extensive food storage areas capable of sustaining the facility's personnel for extended periods. Air filtration systems can remove radioactive particles, chemical agents, and biological contaminants, ensuring that the facility remains habitable even in the aftermath of a nuclear attack. One of the most remarkable aspects of the Cheyenne Mountain Complex is its sophisticated computer and communication systems. During the Cold War, this facility housed some of the most advanced computer technology in the world, including the massive SAGE computer system that was designed to track and respond to potential nuclear attacks. The facility's communications equipment could maintain contact with military installations, government facilities, and allied nations around the world, even if most of the surface infrastructure had been destroyed. The primary mission of NORAD, headquartered in Cheyenne Mountain, was to provide early warning of incoming nuclear missiles and coordinate the defensive response. This required the ability to track thousands of objects in space simultaneously, distinguishing between satellites, space debris, and potential threats. The facility's radar and sensor networks extended across North America and beyond, creating a comprehensive picture of everything moving in North American airspace and the space above it. The human element of the Cheyenne Mountain Complex was as carefully planned as its engineering systems. The facility was designed to house up to 800 personnel during an emergency, with living quarters, recreational facilities, dining areas, and even a small medical facility. Personnel assigned to the complex underwent extensive security screening and training, as they would be responsible for potentially making decisions that could affect the survival of entire nations. Working inside Cheyenne Mountain presented unique challenges and psychological pressures. The facility is located so deep underground that personnel inside have no natural light, no windows, and no direct connection to the outside world except through electronic communications. The air inside is constantly recycled and filtered, creating an environment that feels artificial and enclosed. Many personnel reported feeling disoriented when they first began working in the facility, and some developed what became known as underground syndrome, characterized by anxiety, claustrophobia, and difficulty sleeping. The daily routine inside Cheyenne Mountain during the Cold War was one of constant vigilance. Personnel worked in shifts around the clock, monitoring screens, analyzing data, and maintaining readiness for an attack that everyone hoped would never come. The facility's main control room, known as the command center, was lined with massive screens displaying maps, radar information, and status reports from monitoring stations around the world. In this room, military personnel tracked every aircraft, satellite, and potentially threatening object in North American airspace. The technology housed within Cheyenne Mountain was often years ahead of what was available in the civilian world. The facility's computer systems could process vast amounts of data in real time, correlating information from multiple sources to create a comprehensive picture of potential threats. Communication systems allowed for instantaneous contact with the White House, the Pentagon, Canadian defense officials, and military commanders around the world. In many ways, Cheyenne Mountain served as the technological nerve center for North American defense during the most dangerous decades of the Cold War. But the complex wasn't just about military operations. It also served as a symbol of American determination and technological capability. The very existence of such a facility sent a message to potential adversaries that the United States was prepared to survive and respond to even the most devastating attacks. The psychological impact of Cheyenne Mountain extended far beyond its actual military capabilities, serving as a deterrent and a source of confidence for political and military leaders. The secrecy surrounding Cheyenne Mountain led to numerous myths and legends about the facility. Some people claimed it was much larger than officially acknowledged, extending deep into multiple mountains in the area. Others speculated that it housed secret research projects, alien technology, or government officials in cryogenic storage. While most of these theories were purely fictional, the secretive nature of the facility made it impossible to separate fact from speculation, adding to its mystique and reputation. As the Cold War evolved, so did the mission and capabilities of Cheyenne Mountain. The facility was continuously upgraded with new technology, expanded to accommodate changing needs, and modified to address emerging threats. During the 1970s and 80s, new radar systems and satellite networks were integrated into the complex's operations. Computer systems were regularly updated to handle increasing amounts of data and to improve response times to potential threats. The personnel who worked in Cheyenne Mountain came from all branches of the military and various civilian agencies. They were selected not only for their technical skills and security clearances, but also for their psychological ability to work in the unique environment of the underground facility. Many spent years of their careers in the mountain, developing specialized expertise in areas like aerospace surveillance, threat assessment, and emergency response coordination. One of the lesser-known aspects of Cheyenne Mountain was its role in space surveillance. In addition to monitoring for incoming missiles, the facility tracked thousands of objects in Earth orbit, including satellites, space debris, and experimental spacecraft. This mission became increasingly important as more nations developed space capabilities, and as the amount of debris in orbit continued to grow. The facility's space surveillance systems could track objects as small as a few inches across, maintaining a comprehensive catalog of everything orbiting the Earth. The environmental systems within Cheyenne Mountain were marvels of engineering in their own right. The facility had to maintain perfect environmental conditions for both its personnel and its sensitive electronic equipment. Temperature and humidity were carefully controlled throughout the complex, while air filtration systems removed not only potential contaminants, but also the heat generated by the massive computer systems. The facility's power requirements were enormous, necessitating multiple backup systems and emergency generators. As the Cold War began to wind down in the late 1980s, the role of Cheyenne Mountain started to evolve. The immediate threat of nuclear war decreased, but new challenges emerged, including terrorism, cyber warfare, and the proliferation of weapons technology to non-state actors. The facility's mission expanded to address these new threats while maintaining its traditional role in aerospace defense and surveillance. The end of the Cold War brought significant changes to Cheyenne Mountain. Many of the facility's operations were moved to other locations, and the complex was placed on a reduced operational status. However, it remained an important symbol of American defense capabilities and continued to serve various military and government functions. Tour of selected areas became available to the public, though the vast majority of the facility remained off-limits and classified. In the years following September 11, 2001, Cheyenne Mountain experienced a resurgence in importance. The facility's capabilities were seen as crucial for homeland security operations, and several agencies moved operations back into the mountain. The complex's ability to operate independently and securely made it ideal for coordinating responses to various types of emergencies and threats. The technological legacy of Cheyenne Mountain extends far beyond its military applications. Many of the innovations developed for the facility, including advanced computer systems, communication networks, and environmental controls, eventually found their way into civilian applications. The facility served as a testing ground for technologies that would later become commonplace in areas like data processing, network security, and emergency management. Today, Cheyenne Mountain continues to operate, though many of its specific functions remain classified. The facility has been adapted to address 21st century threats while maintaining its core mission of protecting North America from aerospace attacks. Modern threats include not only traditional military attacks, but also cyber warfare, space-based weapons, and the potential for attacks on critical infrastructure systems. The psychological impact of Cheyenne Mountain on the people who work there cannot be understated. Many personnel developed a unique perspective on global security and the fragility of modern civilization. They lived daily with the knowledge that they might be among the few survivors of a nuclear war, responsible for coordinating the response and helping to rebuild society. This responsibility created a sense of both importance and burden that stayed with many of them long after their service in the mountain ended. The facility's influence on popular culture has been significant, inspiring numerous movies, television shows, and novels about underground military installations and secret government facilities. While most fictional portrayals exaggerated or misrepresented the actual capabilities and purpose of Cheyenne Mountain, they helped to cement its place in the American imagination as the ultimate secure facility. The engineering achievements represented by Cheyenne Mountain continue to influence modern construction and security design. The principles used in its construction, including the spring-mounted building system, blast-resistant design, and self-sufficient operations, have been applied to other critical facilities around the world. The complex stands as a testament to what can be accomplished when national security requirements meet unlimited engineering ambition and nearly unlimited financial resources. Cheyenne Mountain Complex remains one of the most impressive examples of underground engineering and military architecture ever created. It represents not just a triumph of technology and construction, but also a unique moment in history when the fear of nuclear annihilation drove nations to create facilities that pushed the boundaries of what was thought possible. Deep beneath the granite peaks of Colorado, this underground fortress continues to stand watch, a permanent reminder of both the dangers and the ingenuity of the modern world. Beneath the bustling streets of Moscow, where millions of commuters travel daily through one of the world's most beautiful subway systems, lies a secret that has captivated conspiracy theorists and urban explorers for decades. Deep below the ornate stations adorned with marble columns and crystal chandeliers, there may exist an entirely separate underground network, a shadow railway system known only as Metro 2. This isn't just another urban legend whispered in dark corners of the internet. This is a mystery that involves the highest levels of Russian government, Cold War paranoia, and a web of tunnels that could stretch for hundreds of kilometers beneath one of the world's largest cities. The question isn't whether Metro 2 exists, but rather how extensive it really is and what secrets it continues to hide. The story begins in the 1930s, during the height of Stalin's reign. As the Soviet Union was constructing the Moscow Metro, that magnificent public transportation system we know today, something else was happening in parallel. Deep beneath the construction sites, away from public view, workers were digging additional tunnels that would never appear on any official map. These weren't just rumors spread by dissidents or foreign intelligence agencies. The existence of a secret underground network was an open secret among certain circles in Moscow. Construction workers spoke in hushed tones about being assigned to mysterious projects that required special security clearances. They described being transported to work sites in windowless vehicles, forbidden from discussing their assignments even with their families. The purpose of this hidden network wasn't initially clear, but as tensions between the Soviet Union and the West escalated, the pieces began to fall into place. Metro 2 wasn't designed for ordinary citizens. It was built as an emergency evacuation system for the Soviet elite, a way to move high-ranking government officials, military leaders, and Communist Party members safely beneath the city in times of crisis. But the true scale of this underground world would remain hidden for decades. It wasn't until the 1990s, after the collapse of the Soviet Union, that more details began to emerge. Former construction workers, no longer bound by the same strict codes of silence, started sharing their experiences. They described a network that made the regular Moscow Metro look small by comparison. According to these accounts, Metro 2 consists of multiple lines connecting key government buildings, military installations, and underground bunkers throughout Moscow. The main line allegedly runs from the Kremlin to a massive underground complex in Ramenki, a suburb of Moscow, covering a distance of more than 50 kilometers. But this may be just one branch of a much larger system. The engineering required for such a project would have been staggering. While the regular Moscow Metro was being built at depths of 20 to 30 meters below ground, Metro 2 was reportedly constructed much deeper, in some places reaching depths of 200 meters or more. At those depths, the tunnels would be virtually impervious to nuclear attack, capable of withstanding direct hits from the most powerful weapons of the Cold War era. The construction methods used for Metro 2 allegedly differed significantly from those used for the public metro system. Instead of the cut and cover technique used for shallower lines, the secret network required deep boring through solid rock. This would have been an enormous undertaking, requiring specialized equipment and thousands of workers sworn to secrecy. One of the most intriguing aspects of the Metro 2 mystery involves the Taganskaya area of Moscow. In 2003, urban explorers discovered what appeared to be a sealed entrance to an underground complex beneath Taganskaya Square. The entrance was heavily fortified and guarded, suggesting that whatever lay beyond was still considered highly sensitive by Russian authorities. This discovery sparked renewed interest in Metro 2 among researchers and journalists. Satellite imagery analysis of Moscow revealed several suspicious surface structures that could potentially serve as ventilation shafts or emergency exits for a deep underground network. These structures, often disguised as utility buildings or maintenance facilities, were located in strategic positions throughout the city. The timing of Metro 2's construction also raises fascinating questions about Soviet priorities during the Stalin era. While millions of Soviet citizens were struggling with basic necessities, enormous resources were being devoted to creating an underground sanctuary for the elite. The project would have required not just massive financial investment, but also the coordination of thousands of workers, engineers, and security personnel. Former KGB officers who have since spoken publicly about their experiences have provided additional clues about the nature of Metro 2. They describe a system that was not just a transportation network, but a complete underground city capable of sustaining life for extended periods. This would include not just tunnels and stations, but also living quarters, command centers, communication facilities, and even recreational areas. The technology integrated into Metro 2 was allegedly far more advanced than what was available in the regular metro system. While public stations were equipped with basic electrical systems and ventilation, the secret network reportedly featured sophisticated air filtration systems capable of protecting against chemical and biological weapons, independent power generation, and secure communication networks that could operate even if Moscow's surface infrastructure was completely destroyed. One of the most persistent rumors about Metro 2 involves its connection to Stalin's personal bunker system. During World War II, as German forces approached Moscow, Stalin reportedly spent considerable time in underground facilities. Some researchers believe that Metro 2 was designed to connect these existing bunkers into a comprehensive network that could serve as a shadow government headquarters during a nuclear war. The secrecy surrounding Metro 2 extends beyond just its construction and purpose. Even today, decades after the end of the Cold War, Russian authorities maintain strict silence about the network's existence. Official government sources consistently deny that Metro 2 exists, or at best acknowledge only limited underground facilities for government use. This official denial stands in stark contrast to the wealth of circumstantial evidence that has accumulated over the years. Former construction workers have provided detailed descriptions of their work on the project. Engineers familiar with Moscow's underground infrastructure have pointed to anomalies in the city's tunnel systems that suggest additional construction beyond what is publicly acknowledged. The financial aspect of Metro 2 adds another layer to the mystery. The regular Moscow Metro was built with significant fanfare, celebrated as a triumph of Soviet engineering and a symbol of communist progress. Construction costs were publicly documented, and the project was used for propaganda purposes. Metro 2, by contrast, would have required enormous resources that somehow remained hidden from public accounting. Some researchers estimate that the true cost of Metro 2 could have exceeded that of the regular metro system by several times. The deeper construction, specialized equipment, and enhanced security measures would have made it one of the most expensive infrastructure projects in Soviet history. Yet there are no official records of these expenditures, suggesting a level of financial secrecy that extended to the highest levels of government. The strategic implications of Metro 2 during the Cold War cannot be overstated. If the network exists as described, it would have provided the Soviet leadership with capabilities that their Western counterparts could only dream of. While American and European leaders would have been dependent on vulnerable surface transportation during a crisis, Soviet officials could have moved throughout Moscow completely undetected and protected from attack. This advantage would have been particularly significant during the Cuban Missile Crisis and other periods of heightened tension between the superpowers. The ability to maintain government continuity and military command structure, even under nuclear attack, would have been a crucial strategic asset for the Soviet Union. The construction of Metro 2 also reveals fascinating details about Soviet society and technology during the Stalin era. The project would have required advances in deep drilling technology, underground construction techniques, and life support systems that were far ahead of their time. Some of these innovations may have later been applied to other Soviet projects, including the space program and military installations. Modern attempts to explore Metro 2 have been met with significant obstacles. Russian authorities maintain heavy security around suspected entrance points, and urban explorers who have attempted to investigate the network have faced legal consequences. This ongoing secrecy suggests that whatever exists beneath Moscow remains sensitive from a national security perspective. Satellite technology and ground-penetrating radar have provided some additional clues about the possible extent of Metro 2. Analysis of Moscow from space reveals several linear features beneath the city that could potentially be tunnel systems. However, the depth at which Metro 2 allegedly operates makes definitive detection extremely difficult using current technology. The mystery of Metro 2 has inspired countless theories about what might be hidden in Moscow's underground depths. Some researchers suggest that the network includes not just transportation tunnels, but also underground factories, weapons storage facilities, and even secret laboratories. While these claims remain unverified, they illustrate the extent to which Metro 2 has captured the imagination of those fascinated by Cold War secrets. One particularly intriguing aspect of the Metro 2 mystery involves its potential connection to other underground facilities throughout the former Soviet Union. If Moscow's secret network was as extensive as some believe, it's possible that similar systems were constructed in other major Soviet cities. This would suggest a comprehensive underground infrastructure program that dwarfed anything attempted by other nations during the Cold War. The workers who allegedly constructed Metro 2 represent another fascinating element of this mystery. These individuals would have been among the most trusted citizens of the Soviet Union, cleared for work on the nation's most sensitive projects. Their experiences and memories, many of which have only recently begun to surface, provide the most direct evidence we have about the true nature of the secret network. As we consider the Metro 2 mystery today, it serves as a reminder of how much we still don't know about the Cold War era and the lengths to which nations would go to protect their secrets. Whether Metro 2 exists as a vast underground city or simply as a limited network of government tunnels, it represents one of the most ambitious and secretive construction projects in human history. The question of what lies beneath Moscow continues to fascinate researchers and mystery enthusiasts around the world. Until Russian authorities choose to reveal the truth about Metro 2, it will remain one of the great urban mysteries of our time, a testament to the power of secrecy and the enduring allure of the unknown. In the rose-red sandstone cliffs of southern Jordan, where ancient trade routes once carried precious cargo between distant civilizations, stands one of the world's most magnificent archaeological sites. Petra, the lost city of the Nabateans, has captivated visitors for centuries with its stunning facades carved directly into living rock. But what most people see when they visit this World Heritage Site represents only a fraction of what actually exists. Beneath the famous Treasury Building, beyond the well-known tombs and temples, and hidden within the honeycomb of cliffs that surround the ancient city, lie countless chambers and passages that have never been fully explored. These hidden spaces hold secrets that could revolutionize our understanding of Nabatean civilization and reveal treasures that have remained untouched for nearly 2,000 years. The story of Petra's hidden chambers begins with the city's unique geography and the remarkable skill of its ancient builders. The Nabateans, who flourished from the 4th century BCE to the 1st century CE, were master engineers who understood the properties of sandstone better than perhaps any civilization before or since. They didn't just build structures on top of the ground, they carved entire complexes deep into the rock itself. This approach to construction created possibilities that wouldn't have existed with traditional building methods. While surface structures could be destroyed by earthquakes, warfare, or simply the passage of time, chambers carved into solid rock could survive for millennia, protected from the elements and hidden from those who might wish to plunder them. The extent of Petra's underground world first became apparent to modern archaeologists in the early 20th century, when systematic excavations began to reveal the true complexity of the site. What had initially appeared to be isolated tomb facades were found to connect to extensive interior chambers. Simple-looking caves revealed elaborate networks of rooms extending deep into the cliffs. But even these discoveries represented only the beginning of what lay hidden beneath Petra. Ground-penetrating radar surveys conducted in recent decades have revealed the presence of numerous subsurface structures that have never been excavated. These hidden chambers exist not just beneath known monuments, but throughout the entire Petra Archaeological Park, suggesting that the ancient city was far more extensive than previously imagined. One of the most significant discoveries came in 2016, when researchers using satellite imagery and advanced ground-penetrating radar identified a massive structure buried beneath the sand near Petra's city center. This monument, roughly the size of an Olympic swimming pool, had remained completely hidden despite more than 2 centuries of archaeological investigation at the site. The discovery raised profound questions about what else might be hidden beneath Petra's surface. If such a large structure could remain undetected for so long, what other monuments, chambers, and artifacts might still await discovery? The implications were staggering. Petra might be twice as large as archaeologists had previously believed. The challenge of exploring Petra's hidden chambers goes beyond simply locating them. The sandstone that makes up the cliffs around Petra is both the site's greatest strength and its greatest vulnerability. While this soft rock was easy for ancient builders to carve, it's also prone to weathering and collapse. Many chambers that were stable when first created have become dangerous to enter after 2 millennia of gradual deterioration. This presents modern archaeologists with a delicate balance. Excavating hidden chambers could reveal invaluable artifacts and information about Nabatean culture, but the process of excavation might also damage or destroy the very structures they're trying to study. Advanced techniques like robotic exploration and 3D modeling are being developed to minimize these risks, but progress remains slow and cautious. The Nabateans' approach to carving their city into living rock created unique preservation conditions that don't exist at most archaeological sites. Unlike buried artifacts that have been exposed to moisture and soil chemistry for centuries, objects sealed within Petra's rock-cut chambers might be preserved in conditions similar to those found in Egyptian tombs. This raises the tantalizing possibility that organic materials like textiles, papyrus documents, or wooden objects might have survived intact. Recent excavations in accessible areas of Petra have yielded remarkable discoveries that hint at what might be found in the hidden chambers. Archaeologists have uncovered intricately carved capitals, fragments of painted plaster that once decorated interior walls, and delicate bronze objects that demonstrate the high level of craftsmanship achieved by Nabatean artisans. Perhaps most intriguingly, excavations have revealed evidence of a sophisticated water management system that extended throughout the entire city. The Nabateans were masters of desert survival, and their ability to collect, store, and distribute water in one of the world's most arid environments was crucial to their success as traders and city builders. Hidden chambers throughout Petra may contain additional components of this water system, including reservoirs, filtration systems, and distribution networks that have yet to be discovered. The religious significance of Petra's hidden chambers adds another layer of mystery to these unexplored spaces. The Nabateans worshipped a pantheon of gods and goddesses, and their religious practices involved elaborate ceremonies conducted in specially prepared spaces. Many of the known chambers at Petra show evidence of religious use, including altars, niches for sacred objects, and channels for libations. Hidden chambers throughout the site may contain religious artifacts, sacred texts, or even the remains of religious ceremonies that could provide unprecedented insights into Nabatean spiritual beliefs. Some researchers speculate that the most sacred objects and documents may have been deliberately hidden in secret chambers to protect them from Roman conquest or later Islamic conversion. The commercial importance of Petra during its heyday suggests that hidden chambers might also contain evidence of the vast trading networks that made the Nabateans wealthy and powerful. Petra sat at the crossroads of major trade routes connecting Arabia, Egypt, and the Mediterranean world. Merchants passing through the city would have dealt in luxury goods like frankincense, myrrh, spices, and silk. Records of these commercial transactions, stored in hidden chambers for safekeeping, could revolutionize our understanding of ancient trade networks. Such documents might reveal the true extent of Nabatean commercial influence, the routes they used to transport goods across vast distances, and the relationships they maintained with trading partners from India to Rome. One of the most intriguing aspects of Petra's hidden chambers involves their potential connection to the city's royal family and nobility. The most elaborate tombs and monuments at Petra were clearly designed for members of the upper classes, and it's likely that the most important individuals would have had access to the most secure and hidden burial chambers. These royal chambers might contain not just grave goods and personal possessions, but also official documents, royal regalia, and artifacts that could shed light on Nabatean political structure and governance. The discovery of an intact royal burial could provide insights comparable to those gained from Tutankhamun's tomb in Egypt. The technology being used to locate and explore Petra's hidden chambers represents some of the most advanced archaeological techniques available today. LiDAR scanning creates detailed three-dimensional maps of the site's surface and subsurface features. Ground-penetrating radar can detect chambers and structures buried beneath sand and debris. Satellite imagery analysis reveals subtle surface features that might indicate hidden structures below. But even with these advanced tools, the process of exploration remains painstakingly slow. Each potential chamber must be carefully evaluated to determine whether excavation is feasible and safe. The risk of damaging irreplaceable artifacts or causing structural collapse means that many promising locations remain unexplored, waiting for technology and techniques to advance further. The international significance of Petra's hidden chambers extends beyond archaeology and tourism. Jordan's economy benefits significantly from the millions of visitors who come to see Petra each year, and new discoveries could substantially increase the site's appeal to tourists and researchers alike. The country has invested heavily in developing sustainable tourism infrastructure around Petra while protecting the site's archaeological integrity. Climate change poses an additional challenge to exploring Petra's hidden chambers. The extreme weather events becoming more common in the region could accelerate the deterioration of sandstone structures that have survived for 2 millennia. Flash floods, which are becoming more frequent and severe, pose particular risks to chambers that might contain delicate artifacts or documents. This creates a sense of urgency around exploration efforts. Each year that passes potentially sees the loss of artifacts and information that could never be recovered. At the same time, the need for careful, methodical excavation means that the process cannot be rushed without risking even greater losses. The local Bedouin communities who have lived in the Petra region for generations possess traditional knowledge that could be invaluable in locating and understanding hidden chambers. These communities have oral traditions that speak of secret places within the ancient city, passages known to their ancestors but forgotten over time. Collaboration between international archaeologists and local knowledge holders has already yielded important discoveries and will likely continue to play a crucial role in future exploration. Recent discoveries have revealed that Petra's builders were far more sophisticated than previously believed. Advanced engineering techniques, including the use of hydraulic cement and complex structural calculations, suggest that the Nabateans had access to technical knowledge that was centuries ahead of its time. Hidden chambers might contain evidence of how this knowledge was developed and transmitted. The artistic achievements preserved in Petra's accessible areas hint at even greater treasures that might await discovery in hidden chambers. The famous treasury facade represents just one example of Nabatean artistic skill, but hidden chambers might contain examples of painting, sculpture, and decorative arts that could rival the greatest works of the ancient world. One particularly tantalizing possibility involves the potential discovery of Nabatean literature and historical records. While we know that the Nabateans developed their own script and used it for inscriptions throughout their territory, very few substantial written documents have survived. Hidden chambers sealed for centuries might preserve libraries of scrolls, tablets, or other written materials that could provide the first comprehensive view of Nabatean history from their own perspective. The mystery of Petra's hidden chambers reminds us that even at one of the world's most famous archaeological sites, we may have seen only a small fraction of what exists. Each new discovery raises more questions than it answers, and the possibility that the most important finds still await discovery keeps researchers and visitors alike captivated by the enduring mysteries of this ancient rose-red city carved from living stone. Beneath the bustling streets of modern Rome lies a hidden world that most visitors never see. Miles upon miles of tunnels snake through the darkness, their walls lined with thousands upon thousands of graves. These are the Catacombs of Rome, and they hold secrets that have puzzled historians and archaeologists for centuries. But what drove early Christians to carve out this vast underground city of the dead? And what mysteries still lurk in passages that haven't been explored in over 1,000 years? The story of Rome's catacombs begins in the 2nd century after Christ, at a time when being a Christian in the Roman Empire was not just difficult, it was dangerous. The Romans had their own customs for dealing with the dead, customs that clashed directly with Christian beliefs. Romans typically cremated their deceased, burning the bodies and storing the ashes in urns. But Christians believed in the resurrection of the body, which meant they needed to preserve their dead intact for the day of judgment. This created a problem. Roman law strictly prohibited burials within the city walls. The Romans considered dead bodies unclean, sources of disease and spiritual contamination that needed to be kept far from the living. But the early Christian community was growing, and they needed somewhere to bury their dead according to their faith. The solution they found was both ingenious and labor-intensive. They would dig down. The soft volcanic rock beneath Rome, called tuff, was perfect for excavation. It was easy to carve when wet but hardened when exposed to air, creating stable tunnels that could last for centuries. Christian communities began purchasing land outside the city walls, in areas where Roman law permitted burials. But instead of using just the surface, they dug deep underground, creating vast networks of tunnels and burial chambers. What started as simple underground cemeteries soon became something much more complex. The catacombs weren't just places to bury the dead, they were gathering places for the living. In these dark tunnels, lit only by oil lamps, early Christians would hold funeral services, memorial meals, and sometimes even regular worship services. The catacombs became a parallel world beneath Rome, a place where Christians could practice their faith away from the prying eyes of Roman authorities. But here's where the story becomes truly mysterious. The scale of the Roman catacombs is staggering. There are over 60 known catacomb complexes around Rome, containing an estimated 6 million burials. The tunnels stretch for hundreds of miles, carved on multiple levels that can extend 60 feet or more below ground. Some individual catacombs, like the Catacomb of Calixtus, contain over 500,000 graves. Think about that for a moment. 6 million burials, all carefully excavated by hand, all arranged in neat rows along tunnel walls. The amount of labor required to create this underground city is almost impossible to imagine. Teams of workers, called fossers, spent their entire lives digging these tunnels. They worked by lamplight in narrow passages, hauling out tons of rock and soil, creating an underground world that rivals any ancient construction project. The organization required for such an undertaking raises questions that historians still struggle to answer. Who coordinated this massive construction project? How did early Christian communities, many of them poor and persecuted, manage to fund such an enormous undertaking? And perhaps most puzzling of all, how did they navigate and keep track of hundreds of miles of underground tunnels? The catacombs weren't just random excavations. They were carefully planned and organized. Each catacomb had its own unique layout, but they all followed certain principles. The main galleries were wide enough for funeral processions, with smaller side passages leading to family burial areas. Ventilation shafts brought fresh air into the depths, and drainage systems carried away water. The most important graves were marked with elaborate frescoes and inscriptions, while simpler burials were sealed with marble slabs or terracotta tiles. But what's truly remarkable is how much we still don't know about these underground networks. Many passages were sealed or lost centuries ago, their entrances buried under the expanding city above. In some catacombs, entire sections remain unexplored, blocked by cave-ins or deliberately walled off for reasons we can't determine. When archaeologists do manage to open new sections, they often find surprises that challenge everything we thought we knew about early Christian burial practices. Take the Catacomb of Priscilla, for example. This complex, sometimes called the Queen of Catacombs, contains some of the earliest Christian art ever discovered. Frescoes dating to the 2nd and 3rd centuries show scenes from the Bible painted on tunnel walls. But mixed among these Christian images are symbols and decorations that seem to come from other religious traditions. There are paintings that appear to show Roman gods, mystery cult symbols, and even what some researchers believe might be early Christian depictions of female priests. This raises uncomfortable questions for historians. Were the early catacombs more religiously diverse than we've been led to believe? Some scholars suggest that the catacombs weren't exclusively Christian burial sites, but rather interfaith cemeteries where different religious communities buried their dead side by side. Others argue that early Christianity itself was more diverse than later church doctrine would suggest, incorporating elements from various religious traditions that were later suppressed or forgotten. The mystery deepens when we look at the construction techniques used in different parts of the catacombs. Some sections show clear signs of professional engineering, with perfectly aligned tunnels, sophisticated ventilation systems, and elaborate architectural features. Other areas appear to have been dug by amateurs, with crooked passages, poor drainage, and signs of frequent cave-ins. This suggests that the catacombs weren't built all at once or by a single organization, but rather grew organically over centuries as different communities added their own sections. But perhaps the most intriguing mystery of the Roman catacombs is what happened to them after the fall of the Roman Empire. By the 5th century, most of the catacombs had been abandoned. The bodies of important saints and martyrs were moved to churches within the city, and the underground burial sites were largely forgotten. For over 1,000 years, they remained hidden beneath Rome, their entrances lost or deliberately sealed. When explorers began rediscovering the catacombs in the 16th century, they found something unexpected. Many of the tunnels showed signs of medieval occupation. There were crude living spaces carved into burial chambers, cooking fires blackened on ancient walls, and medieval graffiti scratched over Christian frescoes. Someone had been living in these underground cities, but who? Some historians believe that during the chaos following Rome's fall, refugees and outcasts took shelter in the abandoned catacombs. Others suggest that medieval hermits or religious communities used the tunnels as monasteries. There are even theories that the catacombs served as hideouts for bandits or as secret meeting places for heretical religious groups. But without written records, we can only guess at who these underground inhabitants were and why they chose to make their homes among the dead. The rediscovery of the catacombs in the Renaissance sparked a wave of treasure hunting that lasted for centuries. Wealthy collectors paid handsomely for artifacts from the underground city, and amateur excavators stripped many sites of their most valuable contents. Countless frescoes were damaged or destroyed, inscriptions were removed from their original locations, and entire sections of catacombs were vandalized in the search for treasure. This treasure hunting created another layer of mystery. Many artifacts that were removed from the catacombs in past centuries have since been lost or misidentified. Museum collections around the world contain items labeled as coming from the Roman catacombs, but without proper documentation, it's impossible to know which catacomb they came from or what their original context was. Some of these displaced artifacts might hold keys to understanding the underground cities, but their stories have been lost to history. Modern archaeological techniques have revealed even more puzzles about the catacombs. Ground-penetrating radar has detected what appear to be large chambers and passages that haven't been accessed in centuries. Some of these spaces seem too large to be simple burial areas, leading to speculation about what they might have been used for. Were there underground churches large enough to hold hundreds of worshippers? Storage areas for food and supplies? Meeting halls for Christian leaders? The chemical analysis of bones and artifacts from the catacombs has also raised questions. Some burials show evidence of exotic spices and materials that would have been incredibly expensive in ancient Rome. How did poor Christian communities afford to bury their dead with such luxury goods? And why would they choose to spend their limited resources on elaborate funeral preparations rather than helping the living members of their community? Perhaps most puzzling of all are the catacombs that don't fit the standard pattern. The Catacomb of Camaldilla, for instance, contains a series of chambers that appear to have been designed for large gatherings rather than burials. The walls are covered with frescoes showing banquet scenes, and the floor space is clear of graves. Some researchers believe these were dining halls where Christians held memorial meals for the dead, but others suggest they might have served a different purpose entirely. Then there's the mysterious Hypogeum of the Aurelians, a catacomb complex that seems to blend Christian and pagan burial practices in ways that scholars still don't fully understand. The tunnels contain both cremated remains in urns and intact burials, suggesting that people from different religious traditions were buried together. But the most puzzling feature is a series of chambers decorated with symbols that don't clearly belong to any known religious tradition. The study of the Roman catacombs is far from over. New sections are still being discovered, often during construction projects in modern Rome. Each new find has the potential to reshape our understanding of early Christian communities and their relationship with the broader Roman world. But for every question that new discoveries answer, they seem to raise two more. Why did some Christian communities choose to create elaborate underground burial cities, while others settled for simple surface cemeteries? How did the early church maintain control over such vast underground territories? And what happened to the knowledge and traditions that made these remarkable constructions possible? The catacombs also raise broader questions about how we understand the transition from pagan Rome to Christian Rome. The traditional narrative suggests that Christianity gradually displaced older religious traditions, but the evidence from the catacombs tells a more complex story. The underground burial sites show centuries of religious diversity, adaptation, and sometimes conflict that doesn't fit neatly into simple historical timelines. Some of the most intriguing mysteries involve the catacomb artwork itself. While many frescoes clearly depict Christian themes, others are more ambiguous. There are images that could be interpreted as either Christian or pagan, symbols that seem to belong to mystery cults, and decorative motifs that appear in both Christian and non-Christian contexts. This has led some scholars to suggest that early Christian art was more syncretic than previously believed, borrowing freely from various religious and cultural traditions. The question of who actually used the catacombs is also more complex than it initially appears. While they're generally described as Christian burial sites, the evidence suggests that people from various backgrounds and beliefs were buried there. Some inscriptions are in Latin, others in Greek, and still others in languages that scholars have difficulty identifying. The diversity of burial practices, artistic styles, and religious symbols found in the catacombs suggests that they served a more varied population than traditional histories acknowledge. As we continue to explore and study the Roman catacombs, we're forced to confront the limitations of our historical knowledge. These underground cities represent one of the largest and most complex construction projects of the ancient world, yet they're barely mentioned in historical texts from the period. The people who built them, lived among them, and used them for centuries left behind few written records, forcing us to piece together their story from fragmentary archaeological evidence. The engineering challenges faced by the catacomb builders were immense. Consider the ventilation systems alone. Moving fresh air through hundreds of miles of underground tunnels, some extending 6 stories below ground, required sophisticated understanding of air flow and pressure dynamics. The catacombs contain elaborate networks of air shafts, some disguised as simple wells on the surface, others hidden within tomb structures. These shafts were positioned at precise intervals to create natural air circulation throughout the underground networks. But how did ancient engineers calculate the proper spacing and dimensions for these ventilation systems? Modern airflow calculations require complex mathematics and engineering principles that weren't supposed to exist in the ancient world. Yet the catacomb ventilation systems work so well that many sections maintain comfortable temperatures and breathable air even today, 2,000 years after their construction. The drainage systems present another engineering mystery. The catacombs were built in areas with varying groundwater levels, and many sections are prone to flooding during heavy rains. To address this, the builders constructed elaborate drainage networks, including underground channels, collection pools, and pump systems. Some of these drainage features are so sophisticated that they continue to function effectively today, automatically routing water away from burial areas and preventing damage to the tunnel structure. Archaeological studies have revealed that different sections of the catacombs employed different engineering techniques, suggesting that the construction spanned many generations and involved multiple groups with varying levels of technical expertise. Some areas show evidence of professional Roman engineering, with perfectly straight tunnels, precise measurements, and standardized construction techniques. Other sections appear more organic, with irregularly shaped passages and varying tunnel heights that suggest they were excavated by less experienced workers. This variation raises questions about how the catacomb construction was organized and supervised. Were there master builders who trained successive generations of workers? Did different Christian communities develop their own construction techniques independently? Or were the catacombs built by a combination of professional Roman engineers and volunteer community members working together? The logistics of catacomb construction were staggering. Excavating the tunnels required removing millions of tons of rock and soil, all of which had to be carried to the surface through narrow passages. The waste material couldn't simply be dumped nearby, as that would have created suspicious mounds that might have attracted unwanted attention from Roman authorities. Instead, the excavated material had to be transported away from the sites and disposed of discreetly. Recent studies have attempted to trace where all this excavated material went. Some of it was apparently used for construction projects in nearby areas, while other portions may have been dumped into rivers or carried to distant locations. The scale of this waste removal operation suggests a level of organization and planning that goes far beyond what we typically associate with persecuted religious communities. The tools used for catacomb construction also present mysteries. While archaeologists have found some ancient excavation tools in the tunnels, they're relatively simple implements that seem inadequate for the massive construction project. How did workers using basic picks and shovels manage to excavate tunnels with such precision? How did they ensure that parallel passages maintained consistent spacing, or that multi-level tunnels aligned properly with each other? Some researchers have suggested that the catacomb builders may have used more advanced tools that haven't been preserved or haven't been recognized by archaeologists. Others propose that the construction techniques involved methods that left no physical evidence, such as using water pressure or controlled fires to crack and weaken rock before excavation. The lighting systems used during construction present another puzzle. Oil lamps and torches would have provided limited illumination, and the smoke from these light sources would have created dangerous conditions in poorly ventilated tunnels. Yet the precision of the carved passages suggests that workers had adequate lighting to perform detailed work. Some sections contain evidence of soot deposits on walls and ceilings, indicating extensive use of flame-based lighting, but other areas show no such deposits despite clear evidence of construction activity. Recent experiments have attempted to recreate ancient lighting conditions in the catacombs, but modern researchers struggle to match the apparent effectiveness of whatever systems the original builders used. This has led to speculation about whether the catacomb builders had access to more advanced lighting technology than we currently understand. The symbolic and artistic elements found throughout the catacombs add another layer to their mystery. Many burial chambers contain elaborate frescoes, mosaics, and sculptural elements that required skilled artists to create. These artworks weren't simple decorations. They were complex symbolic programs that conveyed sophisticated theological and philosophical concepts. But who were these artists, and where did they receive their training? Creating frescoes in the confined, poorly lit spaces of the catacombs would have required exceptional skill and experience. The artistic styles found in different catacombs suggest influences from various cultural traditions, including Roman, Greek, Jewish, and even Egyptian artistic elements. Some of the most intriguing artistic discoveries in the catacombs are images that don't fit neatly into any known artistic tradition. There are symbols and motifs that appear to be unique to the catacomb environment, suggesting that underground burial sites may have developed their own distinct artistic culture over time. The preservation of organic materials in the catacombs has provided researchers with rare insights into ancient daily life, but it has also created new mysteries. Textiles, wooden objects, and even food remains have been found in remarkably good condition due to the stable temperature and humidity levels underground. These discoveries have revealed details about ancient clothing, tools, and burial practices that aren't available from other archaeological sites. But some of the organic materials found in the catacombs are puzzling. There are textile fragments made from fibers that researchers have difficulty identifying, wooden objects carved in styles that don't match known ancient woodworking traditions, and food remains that suggest burial practices more complex than simple funeral meals. The question of who controlled and administered the vast catacomb networks remains one of the biggest unsolved mysteries. Managing hundreds of miles of underground passages, coordinating burial services for thousands of people, and maintaining the structural integrity of the tunnel systems would have required sophisticated administrative structures. Yet there's little historical evidence for how these administrative systems worked. Church records from the period provide some clues, suggesting that individual catacombs were overseen by deacons or other church officials. But the scale of the operation suggests that there must have been more complex administrative structures than what appears in surviving records. Some researchers believe that the catacomb administration may have operated as a semi-secret organization, deliberately avoiding written records that could have endangered the community if discovered by Roman authorities. The financial aspects of catacomb construction and maintenance also raise questions. Building and maintaining such extensive underground networks would have required enormous financial resources. Where did early Christian communities, many of them poor and marginalized, find the money for such projects? Some wealthy Christians are known to have donated land and resources for catacomb construction, but the scale of the investment suggests additional funding sources that haven't been identified. Trade networks may have played a role in catacomb financing. Some researchers suggest that Christian communities may have developed extensive commercial relationships that provided funding for religious projects. The presence of imported materials and artifacts in some catacombs suggests connections to distant regions and possibly profitable trade relationships. The catacombs remind us that there's still so much we don't know about the ancient world. Beneath our feet, in cities around the globe, there may be other hidden networks waiting to be discovered. The story of Rome's underground burial cities is still being written, and each new discovery has the potential to change everything we thought we knew about the past. Deep beneath the rolling hills of south-central Kentucky lies a world that defies imagination. It's a place where rivers flow in eternal darkness, where rooms larger than cathedrals stretch into blackness, and where passages twist and turn for distances that still haven't been fully mapped. This is Mammoth Cave, the longest known cave system in the world, and despite more than 2 centuries of exploration, it continues to reveal secrets that challenge everything we thought we knew about what lies beneath our feet. The numbers alone are staggering. The mapped passages of Mammoth Cave stretch for over 400 miles, and that's just what we've discovered so far. Every year, explorers find new tunnels, new chambers, and new connections that add dozens more miles to the total. Some experts believe the complete system could extend for over 1,000 miles, creating an underground labyrinth that would span multiple states. But Mammoth Cave isn't just remarkable for its size. It's a geological wonder that took millions of years to create, carved by underground rivers through layers of limestone and sandstone that tell the story of ancient seas and long-vanished landscapes. The cave system sits beneath the Mammoth Cave Ridge, a formation that was once the bottom of a shallow sea covering much of North America. Over millions of years, the remains of countless sea creatures accumulated on this ancient ocean floor, eventually forming the thick limestone layers that would become the foundation for one of the world's most complex cave systems. The creation of Mammoth Cave began around 10 million years ago, when underground water began flowing through cracks in the limestone. The slightly acidic water slowly dissolved the rock, creating the first small passages. Over countless millennia, these passages grew larger as more water flowed through them, carving out the massive chambers and corridors we see today. But the process wasn't uniform or predictable. Different layers of rock dissolved at different rates, creating a complex 3-dimensional maze that includes 5 distinct levels of passages, some stacked more than 300 feet apart. What makes Mammoth Cave particularly mysterious is how it connects to other cave systems in the region. In the 1970s, explorers discovered that Mammoth Cave was connected to nearby Flint Ridge Cave System, instantly adding over 100 miles to the mapped passages. Since then, connections have been found to other cave systems throughout the region, suggesting that much of central Kentucky sits atop a vast underground network that we're only beginning to understand. The human history of Mammoth Cave is as complex and mysterious as its geology. Native American peoples knew about the cave system for thousands of years before European settlers arrived in the region. Archaeological evidence suggests that indigenous people explored deep into the cave system, far beyond what early European explorers thought possible. In some passages, archaeologists have found Native American artifacts, footprints, and even mummified remains that are thousands of years old. One of the most intriguing discoveries was made in 1935, when explorers found the naturally mummified body of a Native American man deep within the cave system. The body, which became known as Lost John, had been preserved by the cave's stable temperature and low humidity for over 2,000 years. But what was he doing so deep underground? The location where he was found is miles from the nearest entrance, through passages that require technical climbing skills to navigate. Some researchers believe he may have been mining gypsum or other minerals, while others suggest he could have been conducting religious ceremonies in the cave's depths. The mystery deepens when we consider the evidence of extensive Native American exploration throughout the cave system. Archaeologists have found torch marks on cave walls, indicating that indigenous explorers ventured into passages that weren't rediscovered by modern cavers until the 20th century. They've also found evidence of mining operations, where Native Americans extracted gypsum, mirabilite, and other minerals for trade and ceremonial purposes. But perhaps most puzzling of all are the petroglyphs and pictographs found in various parts of the cave system. These ancient drawings and carvings depict animals, human figures, and abstract symbols whose meanings have been lost to time. Some appear to be maps of the cave system itself, suggesting that Native American explorers had a sophisticated understanding of the underground landscape. Others seem to have spiritual or ceremonial significance, indicating that the cave may have held sacred meaning for indigenous peoples. The European exploration of Mammoth Cave began in the late 18th century, but the early history is shrouded in mystery and conflicting accounts. The first documented European to enter the cave was supposedly a hunter named John Houchin, who discovered the entrance while chasing a wounded bear in 1799. But some historians question this story, pointing out that local settlers likely knew about the cave entrance long before Houchin's supposed discovery. What we do know is that by the early 1800s, Mammoth Cave had become a commercial enterprise. The cave's vast deposits of saltpeter, a key ingredient in gunpowder, made it valuable during the War of 1812. Enslaved workers were brought in to mine the saltpeter, working by torchlight in the cave's dark passages. The remnants of their mining operations can still be seen today, along with pathways and wooden pipes they built to transport water and saltpeter through the underground passages. The most famous figure in Mammoth Cave's early history was Stephen Bishop, an enslaved man who became the cave's most skilled guide and explorer. Bishop had an extraordinary ability to navigate the cave's complex passages, and he's credited with discovering many of the cave's most famous features, including the underground river known as Echo River and the chamber called Mammoth Dome. But Bishop's knowledge of the cave system went far beyond what most people realized at the time. Modern researchers studying Bishop's maps and notes have discovered that he knew about passages and connections that weren't officially rediscovered until decades after his death. How did he acquire this knowledge? Some historians believe that Bishop learned about the cave system from Native American sources, possibly through connections in the local community that weren't documented in official records. Others suggest that Bishop was simply an exceptional explorer who spent countless hours mapping the cave system on his own. Bishop's story raises uncomfortable questions about the history of cave exploration in America. How much of what we credit to later European American explorers was actually discovered first by enslaved guides like Bishop? And how much knowledge about cave systems was passed down through Native American and African American communities, but never recorded in official histories? The commercial development of Mammoth Cave as a tourist attraction began in the 1820s, but early visitors often reported strange and unexplained phenomena in the cave's depths. There were accounts of mysterious sounds echoing through the passages, unexplained lights in distant chambers, and even reports of encounters with unknown creatures living in the cave's deepest reaches. Some of these reports can be explained by the cave's unique acoustic properties. Sounds travel in unexpected ways through the underground passages, sometimes carrying conversations for miles, while other times creating eerie echoes that seem to come from nowhere. The cave's stable temperature and humidity can also create optical illusions, making lights appear to flicker or move when they're actually stationary. But other reports are harder to explain. Throughout the 19th and early 20th centuries, there were persistent stories of strange creatures living in the deepest parts of the cave system. Visitors reported seeing pale, eyeless fish in underground streams, insects unlike anything found on the surface, and even larger creatures that quickly disappeared into the darkness when approached. Modern scientific study has confirmed that Mammoth Cave does indeed host a unique ecosystem of cave-adapted species. Over 130 species of animals have been identified in the cave system, many of them found nowhere else on Earth. These creatures have evolved over millions of years to survive in the cave's perpetual darkness, developing enhanced senses of hearing and touch while losing their sight and pigmentation. Some of these cave species are truly bizarre. There are blind fish that navigate by sensing water movements, spiders that have lost their ability to produce webs, and crickets with antennae longer than their bodies. The cave's ecosystem is so specialized that small changes in temperature, humidity, or water chemistry can have dramatic effects on the species that live there. But the most mysterious aspect of Mammoth Cave's ecosystem is how much we still don't know about it. New species are discovered regularly, and many parts of the cave system have never been systematically studied for biological life. Some researchers believe that the deepest, most inaccessible parts of the cave may host species that represent evolutionary links to ancient life forms, preserved in isolation for millions of years. The exploration of Mammoth Cave has always been dangerous work, and the cave system has claimed its share of lives over the centuries. Some of these deaths were due to accidents or getting lost in the maze-like passages, but others remain mysterious. There are accounts of explorers who simply vanished without a trace, their bodies never recovered despite extensive search efforts. One of the most famous disappearances occurred in 1925, when cave explorer Floyd Collins became trapped in nearby Sand Cave while searching for a new entrance to the Mammoth Cave System. Collins' entrapment became a national news story, with rescue efforts continuing for over 2 weeks. Despite heroic attempts to free him, Collins died before rescuers could reach him. But the incident raised questions about how many other explorers might have become lost or trapped in the cave system's unexplored passages. Modern cave exploration techniques have made Mammoth Cave safer to explore, but the system still presents significant challenges. Many passages require technical climbing skills, specialized equipment, and careful planning to navigate safely. The cave's complex three-dimensional structure makes it easy to become disoriented, and some areas are subject to flooding during heavy rains. The mapping of Mammoth Cave has been an ongoing project for over a century, but it's far from complete. The cave system is so large and complex that creating accurate maps requires teams of skilled cavers working for years to survey each passage. The work is slow and methodical, involving careful measurement of distances, elevations, and compass bearings to create detailed three-dimensional maps of the underground landscape. But even with modern surveying techniques, the mapping process continues to reveal surprises. New passages are discovered regularly, sometimes connecting previously separate sections of the cave system. In some cases, these new discoveries force cartographers to completely revise their understanding of how different parts of the cave relate to each other. One of the most significant recent discoveries was the connection between Mammoth Cave and the nearby Rappel Cave System in 1979. This connection added over 60 miles to the mapped passages and revealed that what explorers had thought were separate cave systems were actually parts of the same vast underground network. Since then, additional connections have been found to other cave systems in the region, suggesting that the complete network may be even larger than currently mapped. The question of how large the complete Mammoth Cave System might be has fascinated researchers for decades. Geological surveys suggest that the limestone formations underlying the region could potentially support hundreds or even thousands of additional miles of cave passages. Some areas that should theoretically contain caves have never been explored, either because they're inaccessible from the surface or because they're located beneath private property where exploration isn't permitted. Hydrological studies of the region have identified underground rivers and drainage patterns that suggest the existence of major unmapped passages. Water that disappears into sinkholes on the surface sometimes emerges at springs miles away, indicating that it has traveled through unknown cave passages. Tracing these underground water routes has led to the discovery of new cave entrances and previously unknown sections of the system. The technology used to explore Mammoth Cave has evolved dramatically over the centuries. Early explorers relied on torches and oil lamps for light, often becoming lost when their lights failed. Modern cavers use powerful LED headlamps, backup lighting systems, and specialized cave radios that can communicate through solid rock. They also employ sophisticated mapping software, three-dimensional scanners, and even underwater diving equipment to explore flooded passages. But technology has also revealed new mysteries about the cave system. Ground-penetrating radar surveys have detected what appear to be large voids beneath areas where no cave passages were previously known to exist. Some of these anomalies are located hundreds of feet below the currently mapped cave levels, suggesting that there may be entirely unexplored levels of the cave system waiting to be discovered. The study of Mammoth Cave's hydrology has revealed another layer of mystery. The cave system contains numerous underground rivers and streams, some of which flow for miles through the darkness before emerging at springs on the surface. But the source of some of these underground waters remains unknown. Water chemistry analysis suggests that some of the cave streams originate from sources dozens of miles away, flowing through unmapped passages to reach the known parts of the cave system. The seasonal variations in the cave's water levels have also puzzled researchers. Some passages that are dry during certain times of the year become completely flooded during others, effectively sealing off large sections of the cave system. The timing and extent of these floods don't always correlate with surface rainfall patterns, suggesting that the cave's hydrology is influenced by factors that aren't yet fully understood. Climate change has added new uncertainties to the study of Mammoth Cave. Changes in precipitation patterns and groundwater levels could potentially alter the cave's hydrology in unpredictable ways. Some researchers worry that increased flooding could make certain passages permanently inaccessible, while others are concerned that changing water chemistry could threaten the cave's unique ecosystem. The cave's role as a habitat for endangered species has become increasingly important as development pressures mount in the surrounding region. Several species found only in Mammoth Cave are considered threatened or endangered, making the protection of their underground habitat crucial for their survival. But protecting a cave ecosystem that extends for hundreds of miles underground presents unique challenges, especially when much of the system lies beneath private property. The ongoing exploration of Mammoth Cave continues to yield surprises that challenge our understanding of cave formation and underground ecosystems. Recent discoveries have included previously unknown types of rock formations, unusual mineral deposits, and even evidence of ancient climate conditions preserved in cave sediments. Each new finding adds another piece to the puzzle of how this vast underground world was created and how it continues to evolve. Perhaps the most intriguing mystery of Mammoth Cave is what still remains to be discovered. Despite more than 2 centuries of exploration, experts estimate that we may have mapped less than half of the complete cave system. Vast areas remain unexplored, either because they're too dangerous to access safely or because they're hidden behind underwater passages that require specialized diving techniques to navigate. The deepest parts of the cave system are still largely unknown. While some passages have been explored to depths of over 300 feet below the entrance level, hydrological evidence suggests that the cave system may extend much deeper. Underground rivers flowing through the cave have carved passages that may descend hundreds of feet below the currently mapped areas, creating a vertical dimension to the cave system that has barely been explored. The connection between Mammoth Cave and other cave systems in the region remains an active area of research. Every few years, explorers discover new connections that link previously separate caves into the greater Mammoth Cave System. Some researchers believe that the ultimate extent of these connections could create a cave system spanning multiple states, with passages extending from Kentucky into Tennessee, Indiana, and beyond. As we continue to explore and study Mammoth Cave, we're reminded of how much we still don't know about the world beneath our feet. This vast underground landscape, carved by water over millions of years, continues to reveal new secrets with each expedition into its depths. The story of Mammoth Cave is far from over, and the next great discovery could be waiting just around the next unexplored passage, in the eternal darkness that has kept its secrets for so long. The seasonal changes in Mammoth Cave create an ever-shifting underground world that adds new dimensions to its mystery. During dry periods, passages that are normally flooded become accessible, revealing chambers and tunnels that can only be explored for a few months each year. These temporary windows of opportunity have led to some of the most significant recent discoveries in the cave system. Conversely, during wet seasons, rising water levels can make familiar passages completely impassable, effectively creating new underground lakes and rivers. Some explorers have reported that certain chambers they visited during dry periods become completely submerged during floods, with water levels rising dozens of feet above the normal floor level. This seasonal flooding means that there may be entire sections of the cave system that have only been glimpsed briefly during extreme weather conditions. The cave's response to climate variations also reveals the incredible sensitivity of underground ecosystems. Small changes in surface weather patterns can have dramatic effects on the cave's internal environment. During drought years, some underground streams disappear entirely, while exceptionally wet periods can create dangerous flash flooding in normally dry passages. These climate-related changes have provided researchers with unexpected opportunities to study parts of the cave system that are normally inaccessible. When drought conditions lower water levels, explorers have been able to access flooded chambers and discover new passages that connect previously separate sections of the cave. Some of the most exciting recent discoveries have occurred during these rare low water periods. The geological processes that continue to shape Mammoth Cave are as active today as they were millions of years ago. The cave system is still growing, with underground water continuing to dissolve limestone and carve new passages. In some areas, explorers can actually hear the sound of flowing water working to expand existing tunnels or create new ones. Recent studies using sensitive seismic equipment have detected ongoing geological activity throughout the cave system. Small earthquakes, barely detectable on the surface, regularly occur within the limestone formations surrounding the cave. These micro-earthquakes may be evidence of ongoing cave formation, as rock layers shift and adjust to the continued dissolution of underlying limestone. The discovery of active cave formation has raised questions about the long-term stability of the mapped passages. If the cave system is still growing and changing, how accurate are current maps? Some passages that were mapped decades ago may have changed significantly due to ongoing geological processes. Water flow patterns shift over time, potentially opening new passages while closing others. Underground weather systems within Mammoth Cave create their own set of mysteries. The cave maintains a constant temperature of 54 degrees Fahrenheit throughout most of its passages, but subtle temperature variations occur in different areas. These temperature differences create air currents that flow through the cave system, sometimes carrying sounds, smells, and even moisture over great distances. The cave's internal weather patterns can be surprisingly complex. During certain atmospheric conditions on the surface, the cave seems to breathe, with air flowing in and out of entrances in regular patterns. This breathing effect is caused by differences in air pressure between the surface and the underground passages, but the specific mechanisms that control these airflows are still not fully understood. Some areas of the cave experience their own microweather systems, with localized humidity variations that create unique environmental conditions. These microenvironments support different types of cave-adapted species and can create dramatically different preservation conditions for archaeological artifacts. The acoustic properties of Mammoth Cave continue to puzzle researchers and visitors alike. The cave's vast chambers and long passages create unique sound environments where whispers can carry for hundreds of yards, while normal conversation seems muffled. Some areas of the cave have exceptional acoustics that amplify and clarify sounds, while others seem to absorb sound entirely. These acoustic phenomena have practical implications for cave exploration and safety. Communication between team members can be difficult in some parts of the cave, while in other areas, sounds carry so clearly that explorers can hear conversations from chambers they visited hours earlier. Understanding the cave's acoustic properties is crucial for safe exploration, as the ability to communicate effectively can be a matter of life and death in emergency situations. The cave's acoustics also provide clues about its structure and layout. Experienced cavers can sometimes determine the size and shape of unseen chambers by listening to how sounds echo within them. The acoustic signature of different types of rock formations can also provide information about the geological structure of unexplored areas. Recent technological advances have opened new possibilities for exploring and understanding Mammoth Cave. 3-dimensional laser scanning allows researchers to create incredibly detailed maps of cave passages, capturing features that traditional surveying techniques might miss. These high-resolution scans reveal subtle details about cave formation processes and can detect changes in passage dimensions over time. Underwater exploration technology has expanded access to flooded sections of the cave system. Specialized diving equipment allows researchers to explore passages that were previously completely inaccessible. These underwater expeditions have discovered new chambers, underground rivers, and connections to other cave systems that extend the known boundaries of Mammoth Cave. Remote sensing technology, including ground-penetrating radar and seismic surveys, has identified potential cave passages that haven't been physically explored. These techniques can detect large voids underground, suggesting the presence of chambers or passages that may be accessible through new entrance points or connections to the existing cave system. The biological diversity of Mammoth Cave continues to amaze researchers, with new species discoveries occurring regularly. The cave's ecosystem includes species that have been isolated underground for millions of years, evolving unique adaptations to the cave environment. Some of these creatures represent evolutionary links to ancient life forms, providing insights into how life adapts to extreme environments. The study of cave ecology has revealed complex food webs that exist entirely in darkness. These underground ecosystems are based on organic matter that washes into the cave from the surface, creating a delicate balance that can be easily disrupted by changes in water flow, temperature, or human activity. Some of the most interesting biological discoveries in Mammoth Cave involve microorganisms that have adapted to the cave's unique chemical environment. These microscopic life forms may represent some of the oldest evolutionary lineages on Earth, having survived in the stable cave environment for millions of years. The archaeological significance of Mammoth Cave extends far beyond what has already been discovered. Native American artifacts continue to be found in previously unexplored sections of the cave, and each new discovery adds to our understanding of how indigenous peoples used and understood the underground environment. Some of the most intriguing archaeological questions involve the extent of Native American exploration within the cave system. Evidence suggests that indigenous peoples may have explored far deeper into the cave than previously thought, possibly reaching areas that modern explorers haven't yet discovered. The techniques they used for underground navigation and the purposes of their deep cave expeditions remain subjects of ongoing research. The preservation of organic materials in the cave environment has created a unique archaeological record that provides insights into ancient cultures and practices. Textiles, wooden tools, and even food remains have been preserved in the cave's stable environment, offering glimpses into daily life thousands of years ago. The future of Mammoth Cave exploration depends on balancing scientific discovery with environmental protection. As one of the world's most important cave systems, Mammoth Cave requires careful management to preserve its unique ecosystem while allowing continued research and exploration. New exploration projects must consider the potential impact on the cave's delicate environment. The cave's ecosystem has evolved over millions of years in isolation, and even small changes in temperature, humidity, or airflow can have significant effects on the species that live there. The challenge of protecting such a vast and complex underground system is unprecedented in environmental management. The cave extends beneath multiple jurisdictions, including national parkland, state property, and private holdings. Coordinating protection efforts across these different administrative boundaries requires unprecedented cooperation and planning. Climate change adds another layer of complexity to cave management. Changes in surface weather patterns could alter the cave's hydrology in unpredictable ways, potentially affecting both the cave's ecosystem and its accessibility for research and exploration. The ongoing mapping of Mammoth Cave remains one of the most ambitious surveying projects ever undertaken. Each new passage that's discovered must be carefully measured and documented, adding to a body of knowledge that has been growing for over a century. The maps of Mammoth Cave represent thousands of hours of careful work by dedicated volunteers and researchers. The three-dimensional nature of the cave system creates unique challenges for cartographers. Traditional mapping techniques work well for surface features, but representing a complex network of underground passages that exist on multiple levels requires specialized techniques and equipment. Digital mapping technology has revolutionized the documentation of cave systems, allowing for more accurate and detailed maps than ever before. These digital maps can be updated in real time as new discoveries are made, and they can be shared instantly with researchers around the world. The story of Mammoth Cave is ultimately a story about the unknown. Despite centuries of exploration and study, the cave system continues to surprise researchers with new discoveries that challenge our understanding of underground environments. Each expedition into the cave's depths has the potential to reveal passages that have been hidden in darkness for millions of years. The sense of discovery that drives cave exploration is perhaps nowhere more present than in Mammoth Cave. The knowledge that vast unexplored areas still exist within the system creates an ongoing sense of mystery and possibility. For explorers venturing into the cave's depths, the next chamber they enter might be one that no human has ever seen before. The legacy of Mammoth Cave extends beyond its physical dimensions to encompass its role in advancing our understanding of underground environments, cave ecosystems, and the geological processes that shape our planet. The research conducted in Mammoth Cave has applications far beyond speleology, contributing to our understanding of hydrology, ecology, archaeology, and geology. As we continue to explore the depths of Mammoth Cave, we're reminded that our planet still holds countless mysteries waiting to be discovered. The cave system represents a frontier that exists not in distant galaxies or ocean depths, but right beneath our feet. The darkness that has protected the cave's secrets for millions of years continues to yield new discoveries to those brave enough to venture into its depths. Beneath the bustling streets of Portland, Oregon, lies a labyrinth that most residents never see, never think about, and perhaps never should. These are the Shanghai Tunnels, a network of underground passages that snake beneath the city's historic Old Town district like the arteries of some sleeping giant. But unlike the grand subway systems of major cities or the ancient catacombs of Rome, Portland's tunnels tell a darker story, one filled with whispers of kidnapping, human trafficking, and secrets that the city would rather forget. The very name Shanghai Tunnels comes from a practice so sinister it sounds like something from a nightmare. Shanghaiing, as it was called, involved kidnapping unsuspecting men and forcing them into service aboard ships bound for distant ports, often Shanghai, China. Imagine this: you're enjoying a drink in one of Portland's many saloons in the late 1800s. The next thing you know, you're waking up on a ship in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, bound for years of forced labor with no way home. This wasn't just urban legend, this was business. Portland in the 1800s was a rough frontier town, built on the banks of the Willamette River where it meets the Columbia. Ships from around the world docked at its ports, bringing goods, passengers, and sailors looking for work. But there was a problem. Sailors had a habit of jumping ship when they reached port, drawn by the promise of gold in California or simply tired of the harsh life at sea. Ship captains needed crews, and they weren't particularly concerned about how they got them. Enter the crimp gangs, organized groups who made their living by providing sailors to ship captains, willing or not. These weren't petty criminals working alone. They were businessmen in their own twisted way, operating an underground economy that thrived in Portland's lawless early days. The tunnels beneath the city became their highway, a hidden network that allowed them to move kidnapped men from the saloons and boarding houses above ground to the ships waiting at the docks. But how did these tunnels come to exist in the first place? That's where the story gets even more interesting. Portland's old town was built on what was essentially a swamp. The area flooded regularly, and the ground was unstable. To solve this problem, city planners decided to raise the street level, sometimes by as much as 12 feet. What had once been the ground floors of buildings became basements, and what had been basements became sub-basements. Over time, business owners began connecting these underground spaces, creating a network of tunnels that linked hotels, saloons, and other establishments. These weren't crude, hastily dug passages. Many of the tunnels were well constructed, with brick walls and proper drainage. Some even had sidewalks. The business owners had legitimate reasons for these connections. They used the tunnels to move goods, to provide discreet passage for wealthy clients, and to access storage areas. But it didn't take long for less savory characters to realize the potential of this underground world. The Shanghai Tunnels, as they came to be known, connected nearly every saloon, hotel, and boarding house in Old Town. From the tunnels, you could access trap doors that led directly into establishments above. These trap doors, often hidden beneath carpets or behind bars, were the key to the whole operation. A man could be drinking peacefully at a bar one moment and find himself unconscious and dragged through a trap door the next. The methods used to incapacitate victims were as varied as they were effective. Some were simply knocked unconscious with clubs or blackjacks. Others were drugged, their drinks spiked with opiates or other substances that would render them helpless. There were even rumors of special chairs in certain saloons, chairs with hidden mechanisms that could dump an unsuspecting drinker directly into the tunnels below. Once unconscious, the victims would be dragged through the tunnel system to holding areas near the waterfront. These weren't comfortable accommodations. Many of the holding cells were nothing more than small rooms with dirt floors, barely large enough for a person to lie down. Some had shackles attached to the walls. The men would be kept here until a ship captain came looking for crew members, sometimes for days or even weeks. The economics of Shanghai were surprisingly sophisticated. Ship captains would pay the crimps a fee for each sailor provided, typically between $50 and $100 per man, a substantial sum in those days. The crimps, in turn, would often work with saloon owners and boarding house operators, who received a cut of the profits for their cooperation. It was a well-oiled machine of human misery. But the Shanghai tunnels weren't used exclusively for kidnapping sailors. Women, too, were sometimes taken through these passages, destined for brothels or worse. Children disappeared into the tunnels, never to be seen again. The underground network became a conduit for all manner of illegal activities, from drug smuggling to white slavery. The stories that emerged from this dark period in Portland's history are both fascinating and horrifying. There's the tale of Bunko Kelly, one of the city's most notorious crimps, who once delivered a ship's crew of 25 men, only for the captain to discover that several of them were actually corpses that Kelly had dressed up and propped against the walls to meet his quota. When confronted, Kelly reportedly shrugged and offered a discount on the living ones. Another story tells of a man who woke up in the tunnels after being shanghaied, only to realize that he was lying next to the body of another victim who hadn't survived the ordeal. He managed to escape through the tunnel system, but when he tried to report the crime to the police, he discovered that several officers were on the crimp's payroll. The tunnel system itself was vast and complex. While the exact extent is still debated, some estimates suggest that the network included over 1 mile of passages, connecting more than 100 establishments throughout Old Town. The tunnels had multiple levels in some areas, with deeper passages that were used for the most sensitive operations. Navigation through the tunnels required intimate knowledge of the system. There were dead ends, false passages, and areas that were deliberately confusing to prevent escapes. Some sections were flooded during high tide, making them impassable at certain times of day. Others were so narrow that only one person could pass through at a time, perfect for controlling access to different areas. The physical evidence of these activities can still be seen today in some of the surviving tunnel sections. Iron rings bolted to walls, where victims were chained while waiting to be sold. Scratches in the brick walls, made by fingernails of desperate men trying to claw their way to freedom. Hidden doors and concealed passages that speak to the secretive nature of the operations conducted here. But perhaps the most chilling evidence is what isn't there anymore. Over the years, many sections of the tunnel system have been sealed off, filled with concrete, or simply forgotten. City records from the period are suspiciously incomplete, with many documents mysteriously missing or destroyed. It's as if there was a deliberate effort to erase this dark chapter from Portland's history. The decline of the Shanghai tunnels came gradually. As Portland grew and became more civilized, law enforcement became more effective. The rise of labor unions made it harder to exploit workers. New laws were passed specifically targeting crimping and human trafficking. But perhaps most importantly, changes in shipping technology meant that ships required smaller, more skilled crews, reducing the demand for Shanghaied sailors. By the early 1900s, the heyday of the Shanghai tunnels was over. But the passages themselves remained, hidden beneath the city like a secret the earth refused to give up. Over the decades, different sections were used for various purposes. During Prohibition, some tunnels were used to smuggle alcohol. During World War II, they served as air raid shelters. In later years, they became storage areas, forgotten basements, and urban exploration destinations. Today, the Shanghai tunnels exist in a strange limbo between history and legend. Some sections have been converted into tourist attractions, where guides tell sanitized versions of the stories to wide-eyed visitors. Other areas remain off-limits, too dangerous or too sensitive for public access. And in some parts of Old Town, property owners have simply pretended that the tunnels don't exist at all, sealing entrances and refusing to acknowledge their presence. The question of how much of the Shanghai tunnel story is fact versus fiction remains hotly debated. Skeptics point out that many of the most dramatic stories lack solid historical documentation. They argue that while some level of crimping probably did occur in Portland, the scale and organization of the operation have been greatly exaggerated over time. But believers point to the physical evidence, the testimony of survivors, and the simple economic reality that created demand for Shanghaied sailors. They argue that the lack of documentation is itself evidence of how effectively the criminals covered their tracks and how thoroughly the establishment worked to suppress the truth. What cannot be disputed is that the tunnels themselves are real. They exist beneath Portland's streets, a physical reminder of the city's dark past. Whether they were the site of extensive criminal operations or simply the setting for urban legends that grew in the telling, they represent something deeper about the human experience, about the capacity for both cruelty and survival in the face of impossible circumstances. The Shanghai Tunnels also represent the hidden histories that exist beneath every city, the stories that don't make it into the official records but live on in whispers and rumors. They remind us that the ground we walk on every day might conceal secrets we can barely imagine, that the past is not as distant or as sanitized as we might like to believe. In recent years, there have been efforts to preserve and study the remaining tunnel sections more systematically. Archaeologists and historians are working to separate fact from fiction, to understand what really happened in Portland's underground during those chaotic early years. But progress is slow, hampered by the fragile nature of the tunnels, the reluctance of property owners to allow access, and the simple passage of time. Some sections of the tunnels are in remarkably good condition, their brick walls and arched ceilings still solid after more than a century. Others have collapsed or been filled in, leaving only hints of their former existence. In a few locations, modern construction has accidentally broken through into forgotten tunnel sections, revealing rooms that hadn't been seen by human eyes for decades. These discoveries continue to fuel speculation about what else might be hidden beneath Portland streets. Are there bodies still buried in sealed sections? Are there caches of artifacts from the crimping era waiting to be found? Are there entire areas of the tunnel system that remain completely unknown? The Shanghai Tunnels have also become a symbol of Portland's relationship with its own history. The city has struggled with how to acknowledge this dark chapter, how to balance historical accuracy with tourism, how to honor the victims while not glorifying the perpetrators. It's a delicate balance that many cities with controversial pasts must navigate. For the families of those who disappeared into the tunnels, the stories are not just historical curiosities but personal tragedies. There are still people in Portland whose great-grandfathers or great-great-grandfathers vanished one night, never to be heard from again. For them, the Shanghai Tunnels are not just tourist attractions but crime scenes, places where real people suffered and died. The tunnels continue to evolve, even today. New sections are occasionally discovered during construction projects. Old sections are sometimes reopened or sealed permanently. The city's relationship with this underground world remains complicated, a mixture of fascination, shame, and practical concerns about safety and liability. As night falls over Portland and the streets empty of tourists and commuters, the tunnels remain below, silent and waiting. They are a reminder that beneath the surface of every city, beneath the official histories and tourist brochures, there are deeper truths waiting to be discovered. Whether those truths involve kidnapping and human trafficking, or simply the ordinary struggles of people trying to survive in a harsh world, the Shanghai Tunnels stand as a testament to the complexity of human nature and the power of places to hold onto their secrets long after the people who created them have turned to dust. Deep beneath the Chihuahuan Desert of New Mexico, far from the heat and light of the surface world, lies one of nature's most extraordinary creations. Carlsbad Caverns is not just a cave, it's an entire underground universe, a realm so vast and mysterious that even after more than a century of exploration, we're still discovering new chambers, new formations, and new secrets hidden in its limestone depths. The story of Carlsbad Caverns begins not with human discovery, but with one of nature's most spectacular daily performances. Every evening at sunset, hundreds of thousands of bats pour out of the cave's natural entrance in a spiraling tornado of wings and squeaks that can be seen and heard for miles. For centuries, this phenomenon was known to the native peoples of the region, who told stories about the spirits that emerged from the earth each night. But it wasn't until the late 1800s that anyone thought to investigate what lay beneath. The man who first descended into the darkness was Jim White, a cowboy who was drawn to the cave by the nightly bat flight. In 1898, armed with nothing more than a kerosene lamp and a homemade wire ladder, White lowered himself into the entrance of what he would later describe as the most beautiful place on Earth. What he found defied every expectation, every assumption about what could exist beneath the ground. The first chamber White entered was unlike anything he had ever seen. The ceiling disappeared into darkness above his flickering lamp, while the floor stretched away in all directions, covered with formations that seemed to have been crafted by some cosmic artist. Stalagmites rose from the floor like frozen fountains, while stalactites hung from above like stone icicles. But these were no ordinary cave formations. They were massive, intricate, and beautiful beyond description. As White explored deeper into the cave system, he realized that what he had discovered was not just one large room, but an entire network of chambers, each more spectacular than the last. There were rooms so large that his lamp could not illuminate the far walls, corridors that seemed to stretch on forever, and formations so delicate and complex that they seemed almost alive. But White's most significant discovery was yet to come. Following a particularly narrow passage, he emerged into a chamber so vast that he initially thought he had somehow returned to the surface. This was the Big Room, the heart of Carlsbad Caverns, a single chamber that covers more than 8 acres and reaches heights of over 250 feet. To put that in perspective, you could fit several football fields on the floor of this one room, with space left over. The Big Room was unlike any natural formation ever documented. Its ceiling was supported by massive limestone pillars that had formed over millions of years as water slowly dissolved and redeposited the rock. The walls were covered with formations that seemed to defy gravity, twisted and sculpted into shapes that challenged the imagination. And everywhere, the silence was so complete that White could hear his own heartbeat echoing off the distant walls. But the Big Room was just the beginning. As exploration of Carlsbad Caverns continued into the 20th century, new chambers were discovered regularly. Each had its own character, its own unique formations, its own mysteries. There was the King's Palace, with formations so ornate they seemed fit for royalty. The Queen's Chamber, with delicate formations that sparkled like jewels in the lamplight. The Bottomless Pit, a chasm so deep that early explorers couldn't find its bottom with their primitive equipment. The formation of Carlsbad Caverns is a story that spans millions of years, beginning long before humans walked the earth. The process started around 4 to 6 million years ago, when this area was covered by a shallow sea. Over time, the remains of countless marine organisms accumulated on the sea floor, eventually forming thick layers of limestone. When the sea receded, these limestone beds were left exposed to the elements. The real magic began when groundwater, made slightly acidic by dissolved carbon dioxide, began seeping through cracks in the limestone. This acidic water slowly dissolved the rock, creating small passages that gradually widened over thousands of years. As the water table dropped, these passages were exposed to air, allowing the spectacular formations we see today to begin growing. The formations in Carlsbad Caverns are created by a process that continues even today, though at a pace so slow it's almost imperceptible. Water seeping through the limestone above picks up dissolved minerals, primarily calcium carbonate. When this mineral-rich water reaches the air-filled cave chambers, it releases carbon dioxide, causing the calcium carbonate to precipitate out and form solid rock formations. Stalactites grow downward from the ceiling, formed by water droplets that hang and evaporate, leaving behind tiny deposits of minerals. Over thousands of years, these deposits accumulate into the spectacular formations we see today. Stalagmites grow upward from the floor, created by water drops that fall from the ceiling and evaporate upon impact. When a stalactite and stalagmite eventually meet, They form a column that can grow to enormous proportions. But Carlsbad Caverns contains formations far more complex than simple stalactites and stalagmites. There are flowstone formations that look like frozen waterfalls, created by thin sheets of mineral-rich water flowing over rock surfaces. There are drapery formations that hang like stone curtains, formed by water flowing along slanted surfaces. There are cave pearls, perfectly round formations created by water dripping in shallow pools, and gypsum flowers, delicate crystalline formations that seem to bloom from the cave walls like stone blossoms. One of the most remarkable aspects of Carlsbad Caverns is the sheer scale of its formations. The giant dome in the big room stands 75 feet tall and is still growing. The Rock of Ages is a massive stalagmite that has been forming for hundreds of thousands of years. These aren't just geological curiosities, they're monuments to the incredible power of time and water working together. The exploration of Carlsbad Caverns has revealed not just spectacular formations, but also evidence of the cave's ancient past. Fossils embedded in the limestone walls tell the story of the sea that once covered this area. Ancient animal bones found in some chambers speak to creatures that once sought shelter in these depths. Native American artifacts suggest that humans have known about and used these caves for thousands of years. The discovery of new chambers in Carlsbad Caverns continues even today. In recent decades, explorers have found rooms that dwarf even the big room in size. Wieliczka Cave, connected to the Carlsbad system, contains chambers over 400 feet tall and formations unlike anything seen elsewhere on Earth. These discoveries suggest that what we know about Carlsbad Caverns may represent only a fraction of what actually exists beneath the desert. The cave system is home to an entire ecosystem adapted to life in perpetual darkness. Beyond the famous bats, Carlsbad Caverns hosts a variety of creatures that have evolved specifically for cave life. There are blind fish in underground pools, colorless salamanders that have never seen sunlight, and countless species of insects and arachnids that have adapted to this unique environment. The bat population of Carlsbad Caverns is legendary, but it represents just one aspect of the cave's biological diversity. The primary species is the Mexican free-tailed bat, and during peak season, the colony can number over 400,000 individuals. Each evening, they emerge from the cave in a spiral formation that can take over an hour to complete, heading out into the desert to feed on insects. Each morning, they return in a dramatic dive that sends them plummeting into the cave entrance at speeds of up to 25 miles per hour. But the bats are more than just a tourist attraction. They're an integral part of the cave ecosystem. Their droppings, called guano, provide nutrients for the creatures that live permanently in the cave. The guano deposits in some chambers are so thick that they were once commercially mined for fertilizer, providing one of the first economic incentives for cave exploration. The discovery and exploration of Carlsbad Caverns has not been without controversy. Early commercial exploitation of the cave included guano mining operations that damaged some formations and disturbed the delicate cave environment. There were proposals to install elevators and restaurants in the main chambers, plans that fortunately were never implemented. The challenge of balancing public access with conservation continues to this day. The cave's designation as a national park in 1930 helped protect it from commercial exploitation, but it also raised new questions about how to manage a natural wonder that exists almost entirely underground. How do you provide access to visitors without damaging fragile formations? How do you study and explore new areas while preserving them for future generations? How do you balance the desire to share this incredible place with the need to protect it? Modern exploration of Carlsbad Caverns uses techniques that Jim White could never have imagined. Sophisticated mapping equipment creates detailed three-dimensional models of newly discovered chambers. Advanced lighting systems reveal formations in ways that early explorers never saw them. Scientific instruments monitor everything from air quality to formation growth rates, providing insights into how these underground worlds function. Yet for all our modern technology, there's something about Carlsbad Caverns that remains fundamentally mysterious. The silence of the deep chambers is unlike anything experienced on the surface. The darkness is so complete that it seems to have physical weight. The formations seem almost alive in the dancing light of exploration lamps, creating shadows and shapes that challenge perception. Visitors to Carlsbad Caverns often describe a sense of awe that goes beyond simple appreciation of natural beauty. There's something about being hundreds of feet underground, surrounded by formations that took millions of years to create, that puts human existence into perspective. The cave represents time on a scale that's difficult to comprehend, processes that began long before our species existed and will continue long after we're gone. The temperature in Carlsbad Caverns remains constant year-round at around 56 degrees Fahrenheit, creating an environment that feels divorced from the surface world's seasonal changes. In the deepest chambers, humidity approaches 100%, creating an atmosphere that feels almost primordial. These conditions have remained virtually unchanged for thousands of years, creating a time capsule of environmental stability in a world of constant change. Recent scientific studies of Carlsbad Caverns have revealed that the cave system may be far more complex than originally thought. Connections between chambers that were previously unknown have been discovered through careful mapping and exploration. Some researchers believe that the entire system, including nearby caves like Wieliczka, may be part of one massive underground network that extends for hundreds of miles beneath the desert. The ongoing discovery of new chambers and passages in Carlsbad Caverns raises fascinating questions about what else might be hidden beneath the earth. Could there be chambers even larger than the big room waiting to be discovered? Could there be entirely separate cave systems in the area that remain unknown? Could there be formations or ecosystems that exist nowhere else on Earth? The study of Carlsbad Caverns has also contributed to our understanding of similar cave systems around the world. The processes that created these formations are active in many other locations, and research conducted here has helped scientists understand cave development in places as diverse as Vietnam, Mexico, and Australia. In some ways, Carlsbad Caverns serves as a laboratory for understanding how water and time work together to create these underground wonders. The cave has also become a destination for scientific research beyond geology and biology. The constant temperature and humidity, combined with the isolation from surface weather, make certain chambers ideal for sensitive scientific equipment. Some areas of the cave are used for experiments that require extremely stable environmental conditions, taking advantage of the natural laboratory that exists hundreds of feet underground. As climate change affects surface environments around the world, places like Carlsbad Caverns become even more important as refuges for species that require stable conditions. The cave ecosystem has remained relatively unchanged for thousands of years, providing a glimpse of what environmental stability looks like in an increasingly unstable world. The future of Carlsbad Caverns remains as mysterious as its past. New chambers are still being discovered, new species are still being cataloged, and new scientific insights are still being gained from study of this remarkable place. Each year brings new questions about how these formations developed, how the ecosystem functions, and what secrets may still be hidden in unexplored passages. For the millions of visitors who have descended into Carlsbad Caverns over the past century, the experience represents something more than just sightseeing. It's an encounter with deep time, with processes that operate on scales beyond human comprehension. It's a reminder that beneath the familiar surface world lies another realm entirely, one governed by different rules and different timescales, but equally real and equally magnificent. The silence of the deep chambers seems to hold all the time that has passed since their formation, all the water drops that have fallen, all the minerals that have been deposited grain by grain over millions of years. In that silence, visitors often find a sense of perspective that's difficult to achieve in the busy surface world, a recognition of their place in the vast sweep of geological time. And somewhere in the darkness beyond the reach of our lights, beyond the limits of our current exploration, Carlsbad Caverns continues to grow and change, one drop at a time, one crystal at a time, patient and persistent as the Earth itself. The mystery of what lies beyond our current knowledge remains as compelling today as it was when Jim White first descended into the darkness with nothing but a kerosene lamp and an unquenchable curiosity about what lay beneath the ground. Beneath our feet lie forgotten tunnels, sealed chambers, and worlds untouched for centuries. The mysteries we've uncovered today are just fragments of a much deeper puzzle, one that stretches across continents and time itself. As always, the further we explore, the stranger the answers become. If this journey into the underground intrigued you, don't forget to subscribe and explore our other videos filled with lost secrets and hidden worlds. Thanks for watching, and until next time.